Hello, friends. Good morning. A little bit of a late start, but that's okay. What a world we live in where 10 a.m. is a late start for me. Let's see how fucking long this lasts. I give it like a week and a half till I'm sleeping until 2 p.m. again. But here we are. I got the preservation guide out. Feb did a fantastic job with it. And hopefully I can start working on the shaman one today. We'll see though. Yesterday my productivity was not high. Also I threw a video on the Patreon. See it, just to kind of get my feet wet a little bit, see how that works. I've been wanting to put some more stuff on there. Our world first Growl Patreon video. And yeah, so we are continuously getting our guys ready for Mythic 0 week. However, we've come a long way. We have coffer keys. I have 4 coffer keys on every healer and our mage. We've been constantly doing like every world quest for rep, even though we probably aren't going to need to. I could use a little gear on my mage, but no hurry on that. And then I want to gear my priest next week. And then I don't know. Do we do like the Loremaster achievements or whatever? Just farm out every side quest? I mean, maybe. We still got a whole week to kill where we got M0s. What's the video about? So the video is yesterday we did an M0 stone vault on stream as like just to sort of see what M0 is going to be like. And I watched through it and basically just gave some commentary on like some more wordy stuff about what the mobs do and how the boss sequencing works and like how I think about healing the dungeon. Sort of like a impromptu audio commentary. Yeah, it was on beta. No, it was on live. We just walked into the M0 on live. I said, "Let me in." And then they let me in. Guide, it's on my YouTube. It's my most recent video. It just came out like an hour ago. My Prez guide. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty sure I just wanna like fly around and do whatever. And then it'll be another shortish stream today. I told the crew we would record the next bench podcast later today. That'll probably be in 5 hours. I think that's the plan. So we got 5 hours to kill, fly around, get some gear. Is there anything that even matters for the weekly reset? I mean, it's just a matter of getting your 4 keys, right? That's the main thing you need to do. Maybe I should have had a video today talking about making sure you get your keys, but who cares? All this delve key stuff, everyone worrying about their chest. Can't wait till this goes away. No one cares about it. Alright, let's fly around, do a couple world quests, get a little bit of rep. We're getting anything besides delves? We're not even getting delves. The only thing we get next week is I think the next part of the campaign where you get to unlock the earthen dwarves or whatever. And basically nothing else. Next week is still a whole lot of nothing. Doing any dungeons? We'll see. I might slam out some mage dungeons or something. I don't really have any plans. The only guy I really need gear on is my mage now and my disc. But disc will be next week. One thing that was really funny, I feel like yesterday I had such a harder time like paying attention to stream chat and like I actually keep hitting this button to blink now because that is the keybind for blink on my mage. It was actually so much harder to stream when I played mage because I feel like I use so much more brain power. It's sort of like trying to stream high keys. It's like if I was like streaming high keys all the time, there's no way I'd be able to answer questions and go over everything like permanently. Maybe like in between keys, but when I was playing mage, it was like trying to read chat and go over stuff while I'm playing a class I don't know anything about. Echo Race to World first trailer. Oh shit, I saw a preview of it on Twitter. Where is the... Did these things not show up on my map? Staring at my map. Mount grind? No, I haven't done any mount grind yet. Maybe we'll see. We have a whole week's worth of content tomorrow, so how do I even get delve keys? So there's weekly events that you get them. They're basically like one in each zone. There's the theater, the Ashkahet weekly, the machine, the Hollow Fall thing, and then also the weekly quest in Isle of Dorn, and then also the special assignment world quests. Basically, like, do 4 of those. Whichever ones that you desire. I actually really like that. I love the idea that instead of it being a weekly checklist of like, here's the 4 things you need to do to get your delve keys, you can do 4 of 6. Like, even though all of them are stupid anyway, it doesn't really matter. It feels good to have a little bit of a choice to be like, you know, oh, this is the one I want to do, this is the one I don't want to do. Small thing, small changes, but we're in the modern era of WoW now. Freya Clueless, thank you for the 10-month resub. I appreciate it. Nice. I'm glad the UI is useful. Another beautiful day of waking up and checking the UI problems channel and not having anything new posted except for memes. Are they easy or should I reserve time? No, they're all turbo easy. You can basically like do a sweep of all your 4 keys within 20 or 30 minutes. Want to note that one of the new races will have a new... Yeah, I was kind of like, you know... I know they want to do more evoker-like stuff in the future, but I'm like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. It's an evoker. Empowering is an evoker thing in my book. Will always be. Yep. Whole another week without Mythic Zeros or Raid. M0 comes out with Heroic Raid on the 10th. Any plans on a Resto Shaman guide? That's my hope. My hope is to start working on it tonight. We'll probably do like a short stream and then I'll record the bench and then hopefully work on the Shaman guide a little bit. What dungeon is going to be the toughest for M+? I don't know. Grim Batol is pretty hard. Stone Vault, I think, is going to be pretty challenging. It's actually kind of wild that they're like on beta doing 12s. I feel like the jump up between doing like getting your portal and doing a 10 and doing a 12 is gonna be like insane. Like doing it like a 15 is a really high key now. Like that's like I like a pretty. I mean, it might be a little different once everybody gets like full mythic gear or whatever, but HPL damage looking any better? It's okay. I don't know. HPL damage is kind of like whatever. The problem with HPLs is like they have an expectation of doing like insane fucking damage. Like in BFA and Shadowlands, they were just like turbo busted. So I mean, like you can definitely like be offensive and do okay damage on HPL, but oh no. But I'd still say it's like behind Evoker and like Druid. Isn't that kind of the idea? Yeah, I think so. My only problem is it like sort of leaves like there's not really much room for progression. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say you've done all portals, right? And you're like, you know, hey, pushing high keys might be fun, you know? Like let me give it a try or whatever. It's like, well, you started at 12 and then the highest level you can go to is a 15. And then it's like, well, you know, you can only really move, and that's like for super good people. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just I'm open to wait and see how things go. Yo, Growl fan, the early morning Oiler War, the early strike with the 10 gifted subs. Yo, thank you, friends, so much. I appreciate that. Don't at Mediox. All right, we'll keep it quiet in here. What are portals at now? Portals are 10s. And at 10s, you don't get the Xal'atath's Guile. So, or whatever it's called. Xal'atath's, is it Guile? Something like that. Will M0 be as hard as predicted? I think M0 is going to be a perfect difficulty. I'm actually like kind of I'm kind of excited for it because I think we'll see a complete range in chat on M0 week. I think we're gonna see some people being like, "Eh, this is a lot easier than I thought. Like we're already moving up." I think we're gonna see people being like, "Yeah, like this feels pretty good. Like this is fun. Like this is a good challenge." And then I think we're gonna see some people like, "Dude, pugs are miserable. This is so shit. This is impossible." What's my method for learning M+ mechanic timings for setting up burst healing and ramp windows? Well, so one thing that I do that is maybe just not as good, but I just need to see things. Like, I just need to go in and just do the fights and learn and, like, kind of be like, oh, yeah, I should have done that and I should have done that. Like, I have a really hard time learning from, like, just looking at a list or whatever, or, like, looking at whatever. Like, I just have to go in the fight and just die and just, like, learn, which can be a little bit frustrating for my team at times, but... The thing is with Prez, you have so, like, Spirit Bloom, just Spirit Bloom and putting up echoes with Lifebind is so powerful that, like, you always sort of have something. Like, worst case, you just need to know ahead of time, okay, there's damage coming, and then you can put up a couple echoes, but it's almost never like you don't have any single button to press. Like, that's just how powerful a lot of healers are now, is, like, it's not so much like knowing how to fit everything together. It's just like remembering to slam a button in every single situation. One thing that I do is, I don't know how I'm going to do this with my UI, I don't know how people are gonna take it or if people are gonna like it, but I guess so. Basically, I have these bigwigs bars that are like right here under my target frame. Maybe I'll just leave them there, but before I used to have them right dead center in the middle of my screen. And I would filter out all the events and only have them for like very specific like basically I would use bigwigs only for high damage moments. So it would be like not noisy at all. It would have very little mechanics on there, and every single one would be something that I know that there's going to be big damage for. And so like whenever I see that bigwigs bar come up, I know immediately, okay, there's dam coming. And then maybe if you like to use bigwigs for other stuff too, then maybe like have a weak aura setup or something like that. Should one start WoW if one is into RPGs? So WoW is really into like super end game instance stuff, so like raids and dungeons and stuff. So if that sort of thing appeals to you, then you probably like WoW. It's like very not grindy in a way. Like it's a much more like Western game where it's like you just kind of do whatever you want and you just like, you know, either explore the world and collect stuff or you try and do like, you know, really challenging raid fights or dungeons or whatever. It's not really, I guess that's sort of how I see it at least. So if that's sort of the appeal, well, also the nice thing about trying WoW is having a WoW subscription also gets you Cata Classic and Vanilla. So like that can be other stuff that you might want to try for like a little bit more of an RPG feel. If I remember correctly, that portals are warband wide. I think so. My character's armories. I think you can do exclamation point armory in the chat. They might not all be up to date, but what I level my evoker is 585, and then pretty much all my other guys is 580. For resto shamans to use Earthen Wall and CD, yeah, basically. I mean, you can save it to like, you know, for moments if you want, but in general, it's just like a AOE healing throughput button. It's not gonna have like a major impact like it would in PvP. You just sort of like send it to help reduce damage a little bit. You should have remained on the surface. Yeah, 585 main and then rest of the characters to 580. Keep in mind that next week, although nothing comes out, you'll get another set of, what are they called? Weathered crests or whatever. So you'll be able to upgrade a few more pieces with weathered crests. You should gain a little bit of eye level next week. And then you'll also just have like an absolute pile of delve keys or whatever. Beeline Frenzy. Alright. Do I bother with Dark Moon rep? No. It's possible that I should have, but I don't really think so. It's just not really fun for me. Like, part of doing all this rep stuff is like watching the progress bar go up and getting the little rewards and all that. If I have to like hold everything, then for like that long, I would have been so bored. How was today's waffles? Actually, I did have waffles for breakfast today. They were delicious. Yo, Gunner, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thanks again, Growl fan. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's one thing I need to do is look at bigwigs and look at my weak auras. All the just getting ready stuff for season 1. I don't know how I feel about the text-to-speech stuff. I don't know how much it would. I guess people are probably gonna want. I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll just like go easy on it. Maybe it'll just be like only defensive, and then like Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just be more careful with what text-to-speech stuff I use, because I don't want it to be too noisy. Like, I want people to be able to, like, download the pack or whatever and not have to think too much about it. But, I mean, personally, it helps me a lot. What are we doing? Growl? That's me. Pounce? What am I supposed to be doing? Okay, I'm stuck in this bush. What? Why is my guy an idiot? Do I think a healer like Mistweaver that is actively doing damage should have a higher baseline DPS? My opinion is you should have a lower baseline, right? Like, my opinion is that, let's say there's a healer that you're doing free DPS while you're doing your optimal healing rotation. If that's the case, then your DPS should be lower than other healers, right? Because you're always getting that DPS. You never have to, like, stop healing or make the decision whether or not to DPS or heal. And then for a healer like Shaman, for example, that does no damage in their healing, they should, if they're just pure DPSing, should do more damage than those healers. But then they won't be able to do that damage all the time, is sort of the way I see it from a design perspective. But unfortunately, one thing that when it comes to healer damage, like if you're a competitive M plus person, you sort of see it like that, like you're just looking at the balance. But for most of WoW, people think of healer damage as like, I don't know, a thing. Like, they don't really see the difference between healer damage and like having a battle res or a typhoon or something. Like, you know, just some people, healers should just do double the damage of other healers. And so it ends up being like, oh, this healer is just the damage healer. And it's sort of arbitrary, right? Like, it just depends on the patch or the build or whatever. Although I will say, for, like, the way that most people play the game, that's fine, you know? Like, when we're talking about high keys and trying to be omega sweaty and pushing every little bit of edge, then having a healer that does, like, a lot more damage seems like a big deal, but, you know, for almost the entire player base, having your healer do a little bit more damage isn't going to, like, make or break the run, you know? And that just sort of is, you know, a little bit of a benefit. Yo, Solace, what up, man? Thank you for the 5-month resub. Glad you're really enjoying the content. I know you're a big WoW fan. You do acid rain during healing? I mean, sort of, but it's not... You're not always pressing healing rain, and also you're not always trying to do damage to mobs with it, but I know what you're saying. Am I gonna make a druid guide? I don't know. I've been struggling getting to work on stuff, and I want to do shaman over druid. We'll see. We'll see. The thing about druid is that it hasn't really changed a whole lot since Dragonflight. I guess shaman hasn't either, but shaman's gonna be more popular, I think. When are Earthen gonna be released? I think it's with this weekly reset is the quest line. Just repost the old guide, yeah. I mean, we'll see. It's hard to know. I want to do a druid guide, like that was on my maybe list, but it just depends on how much time I have and how much work I can put into it. Also, I feel like when it comes to class guides, I have a little bit of a limited time window. What is this guy doing? Waiting for the mage guide. I was, you know, you're joking, but I think a Patreon only JV mage guide would be pretty good. The problem is, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like people would have expectations that it's some sort of like Omega meme filled guide, and then when I actually make a guide and it's a good arcane guide, then people would be like, wait a second, I don't actually care about arcane mage. Because I've actually been like doing a lot on stream, trying to pay attention to arcane and learning evade or learning arcane. And I kind of have an idea of how I would do an arcane guide, actually. I've been thinking about it. Do we do delves tomorrow? Nope. Nothing changes. Another week of waiting. Oh shit, there's 3 world quests down here. Have fun relearning the rotation? Yeah, I'm really not looking forward to... I'm like feeling like I'm finally getting things down. I don't really mind too much though, because I feel like I have it in a good spot where... Well, because basically it just depends on what you're doing with Burden of Power. Thought delves open up. Dude, what? Alright, can you guys tell me where that is? You're the 3rd person now that says delves are opening up tomorrow. And not a single person said anything about delves for the entire week. And now 3 people are saying that delves open up tomorrow. Where did you guys hear this? I'm not trying to like talk shit, I just like need to know. Because nope. No one knows, it just is a thing. I feel, or maybe are you guys just making this up? Wishful thinking? You guys are just fiending for the mines? I don't know why we have so many weeks of shit not happening. I mean, the fact that we had the early access 4 days makes it so long. Like, normally 2 weeks is like, oh, it's kind of long, but I can manage it. But 2 weeks plus the early access days is just like, man, this is so long. Flame Breath important to be casting. Yeah, it does healing too. It does healing and it gives you Leaping Flames. In Raid, it's kind of like whatever. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like super important, but in M+, because it's doing damage too, yeah, it's Giga. Ruffles? Oh yeah, we gotta do these things. The Race to World first people who farmed delves to power level considered mole people. I mean, I guess they might be. Should I play Frost DK or Affliction Arcane? I feel like you need to do some soul searching as to what you would find fun. I feel like you looked at the tier list and then you looked at the top items and you're like, okay, these are the best. Instead of thinking, what does my heart tell me? What does my soul want to play? How can I express myself throughout World of Warcraft? That's the true soul searching you need to do. Follow your heart, you know? I'll have fun with either one. Yeah, you're like me. I'm just like, I'm a robot. I don't care. Fun. I just require IO. I mean, right now, Arcane is like insanely OP, but I should say a well-played Arcane is OP. My heart tells me to do dumb shit all the time. Don't encourage it. True, actually. Will I play Evoker? That's the plan. What healer does the most damage? Probably Druid. Especially if you consider Mark of the Wild. Yo, TJV, thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate it. I want to express myself by being top DPS. Well, if you're playing with an Aug Evoker and a Shadow Priest, then you'll be top DPS with all of those choices. Oh, climbing gear. I'm like, where is this? These climbing world quests are so ridiculous. You aware there's world quests in war mode that'll give coffer keys? Oh shit. You mean coffer key shards or whatever? I don't know if I will turn war mode on for the potential of one additional key on Heroic Week. Because in theory you need to get... It would only be like one more key maybe. Maybe I'll look. Alright. Don't I need to be an Ogremar to turn it on? Oh shit, pet battle? Oh, you can do it in the main city. Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. Maybe I'll take a look. What was this guy again? Pretty sure I had some Omega team that beat this guy, but I don't remember what it was. Blingtron? Oh shit. Nope. Knock off Blingtron? Wait, this guy looks pog. Surprised I don't have this. I use 3 void spiders. Is that it? Wait, what was it? I just use mechs. Is this a mech attack? Fine. We're playing the real game? Yeah. Some high level gaming. Yo, Cam, the bearded Viking. Thank you for the gifted subs, friend. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, this is the guy that burrows underground. He's like impossible. Guy in general chat just says, "What is Kedge?" Great question. Oh, one thing I looked at last night, how many resonance crystals I have. I did not realize how many resonance crystals I was getting just doing all the weekly quests and stuff. I feel like you absolutely like do not need to farm any of those out. Cause you can, that's like you earn them on every character when you're doing weeklies. Bang. I have yeah, I got like 10,000 across all my alts. I mean, I guess it's not that much, but at least for anything I'm ever gonna want to buy. I'll probably buy renowned stuff on my shaman, I guess. To do the weeklies, yeah. So on any characters that you got level 80, if you just like level them up and went AFK, you should do the weeklies on everything and get your 4 coffer keys. And because I mean that's gonna give you a bunch of resonance crystals. It gives you a bunch of a bunch of adventurer gear. Like it's basically the best thing to do on your alts right now. Even if you're not gonna like level them up or you don't care that much, I'd recommend doing all the or at least 4 of the weekly events. Between the weekly quest, the event in each zone, and the what's it called, special assignments or whatever. How did I just fly right past this place? I do not know my way around this zone yet. Weather requests are basically useless in a week. Yep, just send them. If you like, technically you can be min-maxing your item level by a very small amount this week. That's sort of like how the people are higher up on the leaderboard, or like, you know, when you see people that are like 589 or whatever, that's how those people are doing it. You can do weird stuff to min-max your weather crests, like crafting gear or whatever, but right when delves open up on heroic week, you're gonna be getting a bunch of gear that replaces that very easy, and then also M0 gear is gonna replace that. So like for most people are gonna be able to do a couple delves and then do some M0s before their raid on Tuesday, and so you're not even really gonna have many, like almost any of this gear that you're using or that you're getting for heroic week. The main appeal for like super maximizing your item level is for people who don't have a guild or don't have anybody to play with that week, and you're just gonna be like purely in the pug streets.
Step into my
parlor. So how does this work? So this is the renowned guy here. That's a delve. No, that's the portal. That's the portal. Where is like the renowned vendor or whatever?
Okay, bye.
This guy?
State your purpose.
Okay, this guy exchanges kedge for crystals.
We shall rise.
West side, like this way? Oh, wait, this guy, okay.
It's good you are here. Your skein
Edge.
we remember all. Have you come to learn?
Okay, so this is this trinket. Apparently this is like not good. Mount. Oh, so all the stuff in this zone is kedge. So kedge is just the resonance crystals for this zone. That's kind of annoying, but whatever. I guess you can convert it. Hopefully the conversion isn't too bad. What is the... Isn't there like a... This? Isn't there like some... Huh? Isn't there some like mana water or something you can buy with kedge? Or is it not on any of these guys? Oh, it's inside City of Threads. That's pretty cool. Oh, I see. Overworld City of Threads. Surely I'll know how to navigate the overworld or the open world pretty soon. Alright, this is the portal. Yo, Foofy, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Is the kedge mana water better? It like instantly fills your mana in 1 second. I don't know if it's like a bug or something, but my graphics on low? No, my graphics are pretty high, I think. You want to pause it or whatever? I'm not really like a graphics main. I just kind of click buttons. Yeah, I have 1 more week to learn the open world before I never learn again. For the Horde. Alright. So these are war mode quests. Mine just give gold. Yo, Shirakel, thank you for the sub. And the other Barry Dillon, thank you for the prime sub. You explain the Lifetime Spirit Bloom combo? I mean, it's literally just put Echo on as many people as you need. Press Verdant Embrace, and then you can Verdant Embrace the last person instead of echoing if you need to, but just know that it's going to zip you around. And then just fully charge the Spirit Bloom. There were other interactions that were weird with it before, but pretty much all of them have gotten fixed now. Like with Call of Ysera and the Chrono Warden Capstone and some other stuff. But basically just what you need to know is that, like, Lifebind is sharing 40% of the healing that you do across the party, and because the Spirit Bloom also sends out Chrono Flames, it's doing a lot of healing. So it's not worth using Disintegrate? Correct. You use Disintegrate if you... Like, basically, if you're playing in such a way that you feel like you need mana, and you want to take the Disintegrate mana talent in this, you can't, like, then you can take those and press Disintegrate, but it's not really like a damage, it's not really like a good damage gain. It's just like, whatever. The main reason is because Disintegrate is like not really that much damage in the first place, and also all of your effective healing, 20% of it gets like redirected into damage. And so, for example, like even if you're mostly pure DPSing, you'll have all of your like reversions and a dream breath out that are constantly adding damage to your living flame. Yeah, you're only really using your, like, Essence Burst isn't really, like, a big thing that you want to consider. Like, mainly you're just, like, Essence Burst isn't a proc where you're like, oh, I need to do something different now. You're just sort of, like, you have them to use when you need them as, like, a resource or whatever. Yo, Shiro Sobi, thank you for the 2 gifted. I appreciate it. Thanks, Riddis. Yeah, I hope to, but we'll see. I hope to start working on it today. If I'm not working on the Shaman Guide tonight, then we might be in trouble. Preservation good if there's also an AUG in the group. I mean, you would prefer to have 5 different classes, but you'll still be fine if there's an AUG in your group, yeah. It's not like you're gonna... like you're gonna blow up the world or whatever. What do I think of TA? I don't know. It's kind of an annoying, clunky spell, but it's, you know, as a Voker, you sort of have a lot of mana. Like, I think TA was originally designed as, like, you take it to help spend your mana if you need to, but because this normal Evoker build uses no mana, then, you can just sort of take TA and press it whenever you want. It just, like, it only costs 2 talent points, and the amount of healing it does with echoes and stuff is pretty high. Like, it helps keep reversions out and keeps your, like, engine going. I think Mistweaver needs a buff. It could use a little damage buff. But I would say its healing is pretty good. Yo, thanks, Kig. What'd you think? It was a little basic, but I hope it helps people get going. Do you use Emerald Bloom Blossom? No, not really. You can if, like, everybody's stacked up and you know it's gonna hit, but in general, it's just, like, very, very unreliable in M+. Will I make a druid guide? Maybe. I would say it's like 25% I make a druid. I'm gonna say it's like 80% I make 80 to 90% I make a shaman guide, and then like 25% I make a druid guide. Depends on like what's going on next week. So I don't have any really war mode. Like, I guess I could do those war mode quests or whatever if I really wanted to get rep, but none of the rewards look good. Maybe I potentially missed them or whatever, but an arcane guide. Maybe we'll do a top secret Jangvi Patreon guide. Let's look at my renown real quick. You can also use your keys on characters that you don't care about gearing. So how does it work exactly? Do you just get 1,000 rep every single time, or like only the first clear, or like... Not that I care that much about rep, but maybe it might be worth sending some of them this week or next week, just because, like, I'll probably never get to them. Like, the chances of me gearing up my priest and using all the delve keys seems not very high. I know Undead was talking about it yesterday, trying to figure it out. Is there any way to gear a level 70 alt that's like 300 item level? Honestly, you might be able to do dungeons then. Like, just queue dungeons at 300 and you might still be fine. I don't know if you've tried, but level 70s are so crazy in dungeons. Worst case, like, you just still do fine. Like, I don't know. Like, the level 70 content is so easy and you'll get a bunch of gear as drops. Is Sleepwalk worth dropping? I mean, it's just a situational thing. Like, Sleepwalk is a talent where you'll need it for some skips, and you may or may not need it depending on your group. So it's simply just like, you know, like, for example, in open world, I'm never using Sleepwalk. I guess maybe I could, like, in weird spots, I don't know, but I think in pugs it's just a good habit to have Sleepwalk all the time. That way you don't have to deal with people being like, oh, why don't you have this? Or, like, people thinking you're gonna have it for a skip or whatever. You get 1,000-ish rep from the end chest, but it'll be from a random faction. Chance is decently high, but not guaranteed. It says right here, Season 1 will begin in 8 days, and it's brand. I can't wait till they buff Flame Shaper again, and then it ends up being Flame Shaper is what you play in Mythic Plus, and then you have to, like, relearn all this shit. Calling it now, they giving us M0s or Delve 8s tomorrow. Bro, I keep hearing people say that. Or maybe it's just you every time, but that's like the biggest load of copium I've ever heard. It would be thick, but there's... Can you imagine how mad the Reddit posts would be? The Reddit posts would be so unbelievably mad. Let's see. Quests or with it. I actually finished Sojourner of the Ringing Deeps yesterday. I had only one quest line that I didn't do. I don't know why I didn't do it, but I think I was just trying to get some rep level. That's for that. Play every game with the Orphans of Merildar. Hope and Anomaly, the Hermit. Well, that's one of them. Beginner wanting to try this game, what class y'all recommend? Do you have an idea like how you want to play? Do you like to tank, heal, do mostly solo stuff? Like to play ranged, melee? Fill out the survey. More information you can get. Although all right. First of all, he has Stoner in his name. So, chat, any stoners have advice? That's the only information we have so far. What are the stoner classes? Druid. I'm seeing a lot of druids and a lot of hunters. Ginger? Something with good AoE damage, I don't mind healing. You might be a druid player then. Play Boomy, play Resto Druid, get high, live the life. How optimized do we need our gear to be this early in the game in terms of secondaries? None at all. You're going to replace a lot of your gear very quickly going into Heroic Week. And the main reason that you would want gear is if you're pugging and you need the item level to get invited. But that won't even matter. Like, I'm actually not even putting missives or whatever on my gear. I show my item level, I'm 585. Hold on, let's... Maybe I'll put those there just so I remember. Then... Ball of clay mold. Does race matter? It does, like, a very small amount. Each race has, like, abilities that you can use in, like, passives, but they're very, very small. You're never going to run into a situation where you, like, highly regret not picking a different race, but you may have been, like, you know, you may be like, oh, this race is, like, very slightly better for this class. But, like, ultimately, just play whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. Like, if you're new, just worry about that shit way, way later.
What drives you?
Yo, what up, Attack? What up, Neb? Good morning, friends. Why only go to 580? I mean, you don't only want to go to 580. You want 580 in every slot, and then spend your weathered crests, and then you can buy the renowned gear if you've been doing like any sort of renowned stuff. The renowned gear should be pretty easy to get. Like, unless you're doing almost nothing in terms of content right now, then you should be able to get the renowned 6 or 7 gear or whatever. Did that quest chain just end? Oh, that was it. That's all I had to do, and I got that 500 rep. Yo, let's go. You think the race class profession buffs and dungeons are going to shake up comps? Not really. I think, they're wide enough that you can pretty much, like, always have one. Just because there's so many. Like, it's not that... It's very easy to get them, if that makes sense. Because you can have, like, a class, a profession, whatever, like... Professions are very... Like, worst case scenario, it's going to be like, okay, your evoker needs to get tailoring or whatever. It may shake up pugs, though, for example. Like, you may be like, oh, we need a... Like, oh, no, we need a blacksmith or whatever. We're going to invite one. I think that's, like, the main purpose of it. Yo, Stoudmeyer, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Do I have to do the Dalaran quests? Oh, gosh. That was so long ago, I don't remember. I don't think you have to do the pre-quests, but there are quests that take you to Dalaran or whatever. But by War Within Base Edition, yeah, you need a sub all the time to play, and then basically you need whatever the most recent expansion is and a sub. Yeah, how do I'm like looking to find out and I guess I could read I could read the quest. An evoker main looking to ult another healer. Shaman. That is my current situation. Reading the quest is cheating? Yeah. I mean, that's what everybody does, right? You just run around and click buttons, and then when you can't figure it out, you just ask your Twitch chat. What would be a good healer to go from ranged DPS to healer with? I tend to like Paladin, but hate melee. Okay, so you want to play, you're a ranged DPS player, but you don't want to play ranged DPS, and you like melee, you like Paladin, but you hate melee. I mean, either Shaman or Evoker are good right now, but I don't know. It's hard for me to use the other information in your message. Hey. Yo, Subaki, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Oh, and the Nightshade letter. I tell all the new players to play Druid, just the stoners. What class hero talents do I like the most? I don't know. They're like good in a lot of different ways. I think priests are like the coolest. Like Oracle is super unique, and the Void Weaver stuff is like really like aesthetically cool. I don't know if I like playing it, but it's cool. I think Shaman has the best like choices. I think Shaman has like two unique play styles that are pretty balanced, and you can sort of play whatever you want to play. But I think 575 for M0 is enough. If you have people to play with, yeah, you'll be fine. But if you're purely pugging, you may like have trouble finding groups because people are going to be ahead of you. How to delve is Prez? Well, you walk up to mobs and you flame breath, and then you living flame on CD, and you do not dive. Is Catweave still a thing? Yeah, that's basically the main way Druid DPS is. Although there is some new stuff with what is it called? The new talent that like gives you Heart of the Wild and Heart of the Wild healing. and fluid form. That's like basically the big improvements that Druid got is all their DPS. Like Druid is like if you're a healer but you're just a monkey and you just are a DPS player at heart, that's like basically you should play Druid. Which is kind of funny because, you know, talking about high keys and balance, you at first glance you kind of want to be like Druid needs buffs or whatever, but I mean for most people, like if you're just pugging, you can get through the content with Druid, and it sort of has that niche, right? Like that is what Druid brings, is a bunch of damage, and it's like pretty fun rotationally. So I don't know. The problem is like nobody ever wants that, right? Like nobody ever wants the healer that like, oh, this is my niche, and then this is not what it does, but it's not meta. Everyone just wants to be meta. Everyone just wants to be OP with everything. Oh, you reckon this comp will perform in higher keys? It seems fine. It's hard to know how good disc will be. I would say that's like the biggest concern, is no AUG plus disc might be a challenge. But I mean, Guardian does some off healing and gives Mark of the Wild, and you have Arcane Intellect, so might be fine. I don't know. I should put the YouTube chat on stream. Yeah, I want to. I need to like figure it out. It's on my, maybe I need to start another to-do list. Add. Is there a world boss? Nah. World boss comes during Heroic Week. Yo, Subaki, thank you for the gifted subs as well. Thank you, thank you. I think it's against Twitch TOS. I mean, I won't tell if you don't tell. Dyrian came back? Yup. The Growl fan came in and sniped it this morning. How do I keep my newbie friends from quitting during the dead week? I don't know. Why do you want to make your newbie friends not quit? If they don't want to play, then find new friends. I feel like the people that are quitting now are like the I want to play open world PvP and play like a grindy MMO type. Not really like the people that enjoy current WoW anyway. Like there's definitely people right now that are like, this is boring as hell, I'm logging off, but those are people that are all gonna come back on Heroic Week. Like they don't feel like doing any of this. WoW's a seasonal game, yeah. Unfortunately, I think in current year every game is seasonal. I think people just devour content way faster than like companies can make it, and so every game is just like, when they release content you play it for a little bit, unless you're like really, really hooked on a game, or it's like a competitive multiplayer game where you're like playing against other people. You basically just like come back to it. Who am I meaning? Yeah, probably Evoker. I have Evoker and then Shaman and then H-Pal as my characters listed right now for our splits. Is there a cave here? Oh, there we go. What? Yo, Drixie, thank you for the 32 months. I appreciate it. Blitz, so I'm a raider now? Yeah. the raiders are gonna like Omega take over this guild. It's either gonna turn into like an Omega tryhard guild and I'm gonna get kicked, or the guild is gonna explode. But it'll be fun while we raid for a couple tiers. Nice pre-voker vid. Well, thanks. I'm glad you guys liked it. My chat. Oh my god, this thumbnail from Max is so funny. Holy moly. This is so you guys. Look at this. Oh. My chat tries to predict the race to world first comp, and it's just augmentation evoker down the road. That's just every chatter just hates augmentation. They are just like, they just hate that class. It's the most OP. Everyone will always play it. What's actually the damage buffs that they made, or rather the bug fixes in M+ that they made on the very last week of the beta, is so frustrating. Because I was literally saying throughout all of beta that the incoming damage is a lot more reasonable, in that having like more defensive power and aug or whatever isn't going to be like 100% necessary. But dude, and then they just buff all the damage by like whatever percent. And it's like, god damn it, man. Are we really gonna need aug again? It's actually pretty funny because tanks rule the world. Like, even if aug ends up being not the... Even if aug... I sort of predict... This is like maybe a bold prediction, but I bet everybody early in the season always wants to play with aug. And everyone's like, aug, aug, aug. And then like some of the top teams, especially China, I bet they stop running. They don't play aug because they're just like trying to push super high and like min-maxing. And then everyone starts realizing that maybe you don't play it. But that's like mega cope. I don't know. We'll just wait and see. I'm not really too worried about it either way. Like, as a healer, I don't mind having aug. Aug is actually like kind of sick, but... What dungeon a week or a pack? I don't know. I'm kind of working on one, but I haven't really played with any. Yo, Strag, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Am I doing wax farm to store valor stones? Nah. I might do wax farm just because people are talking about it, and I'll do it for a day because I'm like doing all this stuff, but you really don't need to store valor stones. Like, and the thing is, you're going to be gated mostly by crests. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would be surprised if having 2,000 valor stones isn't... The only way I see it is if you guys are like doing weird shit like saving all your weathered crests or whatever too. Like, you can just spend all your weathered crests with all your valor stones right now. Because the thing is, in order to upgrade stuff, you need to have crests as well, right? And so, like, it's not, I guess, like, I don't know, it doesn't hurt, right? Like, here's the thing about wax farm is, you should mostly be doing it because it's fun and because you're getting gold and stuff. I wouldn't worry about the need to pool valor stones. Because valor stones are infinitely farmable, so like the absolute worst case scenario is you just have to farm some stones and you just play whatever you want to play. They giga nerf the gold, that sucks. There's nothing to pool them into. Well, people are... Basically, what you do is you fly around and you pick up those, like, random world... The, like, treasures they're called like wax or whatever, and then you can trade them in for valor stones. But you can keep all of the wax in your bags. Don't need to, like, you can go over the cap technically. Yeah, it depends. Like, I'm not sure how many. Yeah, I mean, like, you can do it if you want to, but I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe if I'm really bored, I'll cap out valor stones on my guys, but that's it. What can I do to improve at healing and master my spec? I play Holy Priest and do fairly well in dungeons, but I have no idea how to raid heal. I mean, raid fights, so raid fights and Mythic Plus are like a little bit different. So speaking about raid healing, the most important thing for raid healing is just learning to read logs well. Like basically, raid fights are omega scripted, right? It's gonna be more or less the same thing every time. And so like you need to look at what other people are doing in the fights and then just literally like copy them, right? Like what trinkets are they using? What are their stats? When are they using their cooldowns? Like how are they spending their mana? Like all this stuff, right? And then just, you know, literally you just have to have the mindset that, well, there's nothing that they can do that I can do. Like I can just do all of those things and then heal the same amount. Obviously, there's a little bit of leeway there. Like, you know, the more damage your party is taking and the less your other healers are healing, the more you'll be able to heal. But ultimately, like, you know, we're talking about playing well, not necessarily just going for high scores. For M plus, it's more about like free flowing and like figuring out things that happen and like correcting mistakes. And so in that case, you may need to do more like recording your gameplay and then like seeing stuff that goes wrong. But like usually when it comes to raid healing, I can just like you can just like open up a log of two people and be like, well, this is what, like, you know, okay, this person is doing a shit ton more healing in these moments, like, and they're pressing their cooldowns at these times, and like you're not, and like you're not spending your mana properly, and like you're making rotational errors. Trust your other healers. I think in general, raid healers almost trust the other healers too much. Like the way most raid healers play is they just only play for efficiency and just be like robots and just don't really care about triage, and they just try and get the highest parse. So I think being a good raid healer, actually like caring about triage and like debuff healing is important, but that's not necessarily for getting higher scores. That's like for being a good raid healer. It's hard to know, right? Like if you're constantly like what he's saying is basically like you can't constantly be like worried every time somebody dips low and like, you know, using inefficient buttons to top them. But at the same time, like you also there is a time and a place for that, and you need to just sort of figure out exactly when that is. Where's all the other quests? Have I ever casted a race to world first? I did a little bit with Golden Guardians for one of the like the Echo Golden Guardians event. It was fun. I don't know. I think I don't know. I enjoy casting. I think like that sort of thing is fun. Yeah. I see potentially a future in that sort of thing for me. Let's see. Achievements. I have to have most of this. Okay, what is the Hermit? The Hermit, I'll... Cast with Grawl and Dorky. I don't know if Dorky cares as much about it. He does like TGP stuff though. Didn't he lose out on Liquid Raid because of a pen? I'm sure Max means something like that. I mean, the TLDR with Dorky and Liquid was, Dorky didn't want to, like, it wasn't worth it for Dorky to raid. Like, Dorky could have joined and raided for them as a tank, but he was basically it wasn't enough money. he was basically like, nah, I ain't doing all that for that. Finding qualified tanks that are willing to tank is certainly one of the challenging parts of the race to world first. The Hermit. Lost delivery. What? Okay, we had a copy paste here. That's hashtag ad, I guess. Oh no, I've been pinged. Self promo. Imagine I'm just spamming my YouTube channel in all chat. Hold on. I guess I should have checked to see if I had it done. True. 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 Pretty sure I did this quest too. Lots of fire honey. False. How do I get this quest? Yo, Repco, thank you for the gifted subs, friend. I appreciate that. Wait, what is that first Garf? Bro, that is holy. What a Let's is that even a copy pasta though? I just think it's check Dorky stream. What's Dorky stream?
Oh, purple.
What is
Yellow,
what is
blue,
this?
Purple, yellow, purple. Purple, blue. Wait, I can't see. Purple. Yeah. God fucking damn it.
What? Is he serious? Bro, come on.
Purple, blue, yellow, purple, yellow. Purple, blue, yellow, purple, yellow. I got no fucking points for that. Oh my god.
Is he doing
Alright. I need to like fuck it, we'll try it again.
Oh man. Oh my god. Let's go back to this Garf here for a second. So this guy copy pasted the same message. Or is it already gone? Wait, where is it? Did someone blast him? Can I get a lyric? Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. All right, look at this message. Zaryu a simp for Anna Fascia? She didn't earn most of the shit she has. No PvP mods, but has Glad Mount. Bruh, y'all are toxic defending these liars. It's like all WoW streamers are in one cult. Absolutely pathetic. First of all, it's such a garf because number one, you know somebody was serious when they wrote that, right? On top of that, WoW is the most like divided fucking community you've ever seen. Like, it's literally like there's PvPers, there's classic, there's hardcore people, like EU, NA, like WoW cannot do anything but just divide and fight each other and try and invalidate everybody. On top of that, like, bro, I don't know. It's actually wild. Like, imagine you wake up in the morning and then you're like somehow so infuriated by the fact that Annie Fuchsia has a Glad Mount that you're like, I have to do like something about this. Like I just have to write this paragraph and put it in all these WoW streams. Like I mean, like, it has to be satire, right? There's no way this is like, I mean, mental illness, maybe. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't make, like, genuinely, right? Like, that's really the only logical explanation. Anyway, he copy pasted the, well, I don't know. His account's, he's got a 2024 account. I'm sure he's been banned many times and will continue to be banned again, so he will not be missed. All right, let me scroll. Got your UI pack? I don't see a profile for Little Wigs, Big Wigs. What do you mean? If you open it up right here, you should be able to just import it into Big Wigs right here. It's like, right now my profile is like very, very close to default. I will do a little bit of changes to it before Mythic Plus comes out, but it's like very close to default. Little Wigs is just like a extension of Big Wigs. What's considered a high eye level going into Pugs tomorrow? I got some bad news for you, unfortunately. I got some bad news. Let's see. To wake a giant. Where's the starting point? This will auto update. So the way the app works has been changing a little bit, but yeah, you'll be able to update everything through the app. How much is a good DPS for healers? Honestly, I'm like not even looking at it. Just worry about that. Like, in my opinion, you shouldn't even worry about healer DPS until you get to like, you're doing like 10 to 12 keys. And also it varies wildly depending on your gear. Yo, Jonasel, Vig, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. What are my thoughts on DVM versus Bigwigs? I would say they're like basically the same thing. I would say Bigwigs is like a little bit quieter out of the box, and DVM is a little bit louder out of the box, like with default settings. So depending on like what you're looking for, you know, if you want something a little bit more low key, or if you want something that'll always have air horns in your head. What about the bad news? M0 is not coming out for another week. There will be no pugs or eye level to worry about tomorrow. But when M0 does come out, I mean, what is this World Quest? you want to be, I mean, like, ideally you want to be 580 in every slot, and then have some weathered crest spent. Like, anybody can pretty much like spam out some heroics and get there. So if you're not, I mean, I just don't know what the group selection will be like, but I assume that you'll have a hard time getting into groups if you haven't gotten at least there, because I think that's probably what everyone else is going to be doing. At least if you're like, you know, looking to farm out some stuff. Is this the quest right here? Stones of the World. Where is this guy? Am I just blind? How many weathers should you ideally use? You can send all of them. There's no reason to there's no reason to save them. Because all the gear that you get from level 8 delves and from Mythic Zeros and on will not use weathered crests. Like, basically, the only use for weathered crests is to upgrade open world and heroic dungeon gear. So, you're not going to get any more of that than you have now. 6747. Oh.
Communication and... sorry.
Is there a Valor Stone farm? Either spam dungeons or, like, people have been flying around and then like, collecting the, like, wax drops from the, like, the random treasures or whatever. Bang. That was easy. Apparently that quest doesn't show up sometimes, and you have to, like, reload or whatever to get it to show up, and I guess I just didn't finish it while I was, questing. I still think M0 will be very hard. I think M plus will get pretty hard as you move up, but from what I've seen, actually, the way the gearing works, I think it won't be as bad. It'll depend a little bit on who you are, right? But I think the difficulty will actually be really good. Like, I think M0 will be a challenge, but I don't think it's gonna be like brutal and pugs. The big problem I think will be, like, how do you figure out who to play with, if that makes sense? Like, there's going to be a super wide variance of skill levels in M0 on the first week, right? Because you're not going to be able to, see... Oh, another thing, too, is, like, how does previous IOs, or last season's IO work? So, one thing that happened in, was it Dragonflight? Or was it Shadowlands? Is Raider IO actually hid everybody's last season's IO on the app. I don't know how that was received or what people thought. So they didn't do it in Dragonflight. I don't know how that was received, but that would be pretty funny if they did that again. Oh shit, Mooshaz TV with the Prime. Yo, thank you, friend. But yeah, I think M0 will be... I think if you've been gearing up right now and you're like 580 whatever, I think it won't be as bad as I thought, but it will certainly be a challenge. It will certainly be... You will have to try to press your buttons for sure. Are we trying to get achievements or just renowned? Like me? I'm literally just doing both, I guess. Next week is nothing new. Correct. The only thing new next week is I think there's more of the stories so that you can this is the worst flying I've ever done. There's more of the stories so that you can unlock the earthen. That's it, I think. Lotus Gate, thank you for the gifted subs, friend. I appreciate that. M0 is when the seasons M0 is when the season starts, and so it'll be 4 old dungeons and 4 new dungeons. It will not be all of the War Within dungeons. Oh, whoops, that's... Is there any weeklies that we can't forget about? You want to get your 4 coffer keys of the week. That's the only thing that you really care about. Am I sure about that? That's what they said. Well, was Blizzard we're talking about. We're never sure of anything, but... Yeah, I think heroics are getting changed too. I think heroics might be getting changed and the gear gets improved. And now heroics drop for 580. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah, we love changeling. How do you farm coffer keys? You don't farm them. You get them from the weekly events in each zone. And then the weekly quest in Dorn, and then the occasional special assignment world quests. Keys are not warbound, no. If that was the case, then you could just farm infinite of them and then move them to your alt, or move them to your main.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame. The empire is forever. We are all emperor's subjects.
What do you want me to do? Oh no, instantly dismounted. What do you mean by events? The theater in Dorn, awakening the machine in ringing depths, saving the light in Hollowfall, and the like progress bar or whatever quest in Ashkahet. Moth egg bunches. Oh, it's probably Yo, Universal Elements, thank you for the Prime sub, I appreciate it. Oh, you can fly through them, okay. I was gonna say, that did feel a little bit awkward. And thank you for the gifted subs as well, friend. Haven't played since Shadowlands, thinking about returning to the game, more or less same grindy. It's like not grindy at all. They basically like removed all of the grind in the game. The only grind that you ever have to do is basically just doing dungeons and raid to get gear. People are doing like grindy stuff now, but only because it's like preseason and they just like want to farm out really like low level stuff to go into heroic week with. How many coffer keys should we have? You can have up to 7. It's a bit weird because everyone's spamming world quests. So there's no Mythic 0 or raid out right now. So there's like nothing to do. And there's drops on. So everyone's just running around doing worlds. I mean, to be fair, like, you know, WoW is a very instance heavy game, and so once the season starts, we'll probably never do or care about any of this stuff ever again. So it's kind of fun to explore all this stuff because it is actually done pretty well. What's going on here? I have 6 keys. Any idea what I could be missing? You may have missed ones that are gone from, like, world quests that have passed, or, I think you could get 2 or 3 from early access week, right? Daxony, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. PvP world quests? I haven't done any PvP world quests, so maybe you could have 8? I don't know. Don't think I can spend as many hours in the game as I could a few years ago. Yeah. I mean, for a pure M+ player, the game is so much better than it was at the beginning of Shadowlands. I mean, you can argue that M+ or classes are more or less fun, but in terms of, like, the grind aspect, like, you can literally just log in and only do dungeons, and just permanently only do dungeons ever and never care about anything. Yeah, I'm reading YouTube. Sorry if I missed one of your messages. I have my YouTube combined with Twitch, so I see both, but sometimes it can get missed if Twitch is going fast too, but it might not look like it's missed or whatever. What is Dark Ritual? Is there any way to have Elemental Potion of Power double time or have more stat increase based on alchemy? I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't explored all of the trees or whatever. Like, to see what every little benefit that you get from profession. You get double duration from alchemy flasks, but not potions. Potions would increased potions would be insane if it was double duration potions. I mean, I guess insane isn't true. I would say that the buffs that you get from professions or whatever are, like, very, 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 very small. They may be worth looking into if you want them in max, but, like, nothing is important to, like, worry about. Yeah, no. Compared to Shadowlands, there's, like, 0 grind, I'm telling you. Over the last 2 expansions, they've, like, completely changed everything in terms of, like, their mindset towards mandatory stuff.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Oh shit. Is this a pet?
Take your leave. We have strayed from favor.
Thoughts on bringing back corruption? I think I liked essences a lot more than corruption. Corruption, I don't know. Corruption was a fun like end of expansion thing when you're like guys Omega OP, but I don't really see it as like a thing that could be in the game from the start. Also, I think that the downsides to corruption or whatever, like the stuff that would happen to you was like really annoying. Like randomly getting slowed felt like total dog shit. And there was a lot of like, I don't know. I think they could I think if they took corruption back to the drawing board and like improved on it and brought it in like season 4 or whatever, it could be cool. But I wouldn't want it like in the base game. The season of Shadowlands where you have the slow guy alive? Yeah. That was fucking awful. Like how they worked as an infinite power grind up. the whole everybody asking for, or not everybody, I guess I should say, but the whole Potty C asking about borrowed power again, or people thinking about borrowed power, is absolutely hilarious. Just because of how negative everyone was about borrowed power just not too long ago. Yeah, in 2 or 3 years, everyone's gonna be talking about how much they miss Sanguine. Yeah, I was using the Luxthos XP bar. It's still there. The Potty C versus the bench on solo queue and M plus is my favorite thing. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things that, a lot of the like potential downsides that Tettles and Squishy talk about, but I'm like fairly certain I'm right about solo queue. I don't think, Yo, Quirky, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I'm right, XTDP. I mean, this is the thing about solo queue, right? In World of Warcraft right now, it's a social game, and you can get ahead and improve your queue if you play meta specs or organized groups, right? Like that's just how World of Warcraft works. And people don't like that. People don't want other people to have an advantage of doing that, and people don't feel like they should have to do that. They just want to press Q and get a match. And so they want to take that ability away from people to do that. Which, I mean, you know, I don't know.
For the Empire, the darkness comes. We are prepared.
Like, I don't know if that's better or worse, right or wrong. I think the idea of like stay a while and listen, and it's just here. That's actually a nice Deckard Cain shout.
Let you know that they are doing well and look forward to their grandmother visiting for dinner.
It doesn't take anything from anyway. It makes the queue times worse. Like saying it doesn't take anything away is just like not. Like, if you divide the player base from everybody in LFG to now LFG and solo queue, then the queue time will get worse. Like, it'll be significantly worse queue time on average. Like, that's the thing about PvP, right? Like, that's why no one in PvP, or everyone in PvP, rather, is, like, split on solo queue, because people are like, solo queue is great, I love solo queue, right? Which is true. like solo queue is nice and there are people that enjoy solo queue more, but then it makes the queues worse because it's splitting people who want to do LFG.
The dock.
And so the only way that it wouldn't make queue times worse is if they forced everybody into solo queue and they literally removed the ability to go in as a group of 5, which again is like, you know, something, but like I think most people just aren't really thinking about the implications of it, right? Like they're just thinking, I would prefer solo queue, this would be better for me, so I want it, as opposed to like thinking about what would happen to the game. Because like here's the thing, right? People say, oh, like, or like I'm hearing a lot of stuff like, oh, the queue times for DPS would be bad, right? Which is true. The queue times would be absolutely terrible, but for people who play off meta specs, who don't want to like organize groups or whatever, like their queue times are infinite. Like you can just sit there for an hour and never find a group as like an off meta feral druid or whatever, and then just literally like you don't even care. You're like, if my queue time was an hour, that's better than what I have now because I can't even get into a single group that score for me, you know? And then the higher up you go, the bigger the demand is for meta and IO and stuff, right? And you eventually get to the point where you can't get into a group that is score for you. But the reason is because there's so many DPS and people are getting a leg up on you because they're organizing and because they're playing meta specs. And in general, some people don't like that, right? Like some people just think you should be able to play whatever the fuck you want. You shouldn't have to organize groups or network. Like this is supposed to be a video game. It's supposed to be it's not supposed to be a chore, and make the groups equal for everybody. Wish a way they could figure out how to make higher M+ work without timers. Yeah, I would love an iteration on that. Here's my issue actually with M0. So part of my reasoning with why I said that I think M0 is gonna be super hard is because I kind of thought they were trying to do that with M0, but actually M0 I think isn't gonna be as hard, at least with the gear that people have, compared to like what Dawn of the Infinite hard mode was. I could be wrong, I don't know, but it doesn't feel like that's what they're aiming for with difficulty. Maybe this isn't the game for you. Well, exactly, right? It's like, well, that's unfortunately like it just is what it is, and we kind of have to figure out, you know. I think so. The big argument that I think a lot of people have in the back of their mind with solo queue is like, let's say Blizzard somehow has this omega good system of solo queue, right? Where it's like, you know, there's this leaderboard and this ranking system and like these incentives for people to do high keys and to play stuff, right? Like there is a world where solo queue ends up being so cool where it encourages like more people to play, and then if more people are playing, especially more tanks, then queue times are going to get better, right? But I just don't see that being realistic right now. Like I don't like I assume what Blizzard's iteration of solo queue would be is like, okay, you can like if you have all timed 8s, then you can queue up for a +10 if you have a certain item level, right? And then it just throws you into a random group of people, right? Like I assume that's what Blizzard's idea, because keep in mind like how almost none of the content in WoW that's challenging in terms of PvE can be queued for. Like basically only heroic dungeons and LFR, and those are virtually unlosable. Like there's no content where you can queue up for PvE and then like, you know, really lose. And like that's been a staple of the way that Blizzard has done group content for a long time. Like think back to what's it called, the stupid things in BFA Warfronts. Like Warfronts were exactly the same thing where like you just queue up to them and they would be brainless. Solo queue could have been good if it was one regular threes game. Well, yes and no. Like I don't know that much about PvP. I shouldn't really talk that much about PvP just because I'm dumb, but I mean, either way, the problem is that it's gonna raise queue times. What if solo queue is a completely different ranking system? Yeah, so that's what I'm sort of saying, right? Like, if Blizzard comes up with this crazy advanced solo queue system with like all these ratings and like incentives and leaderboards, like, yeah, it is true that it could eventually, but like, there's no way, right? Like, there's no way. Like, that's the biggest copium I could ever imagine. Like, you know what, like, because the people who play M plus like that are such a small fraction of the player base that, like, dude, Blizzard in this expansion, Blizzard basically took all of the high keyers and just threw them into a hole. Well, they're like, oh, you guys don't like affixes? All right, we're gonna make fun affixes for everybody else, and then all you guys that do high keys, you don't get affixes, and you guys just all sit in your, you just do the same plus 12 keys or whatever, right? Like, I don't, like, for, if you're a high-level player, I think basically they want to push you into TGP and MDI. Like, that's your end game. If you're, like, a super serious, sweaty dungeon player, like, just play TGP or MDI. And, like, there will be leaderboards, like, you know what I mean? Like, people will compete for rank 1 IO because people literally compete for anything, you know? But yeah, it's not, and again, I'm not even saying they're making the wrong decision. Like, the people who play high M plus is a small percentage of the player base. Do we know how they're calculating IO? So on the beta, it was a little bit weird, and there was almost like, once you got to like 12s, it would be like more. So I don't remember. You would basically mouse over your thing, and it would be like, you would have IO on Tyrant, IO on Fort, and IO for like 12 plus keys or something, and each one would count towards it. They had like some new systems sort of, but I don't think it matters too much. Because ultimately, if you're doing high keys and you're caring about IO, then like it'll just all add up together, and it'll be, and it's the same every week. If they did a solo queue and kept the pre-made system too, then people struggling to get into pre-made groups would have another option. Yeah, but here's what I'm saying is, like, there's no free lunch, right? You can't just improve queue times for some people and then nothing changes. Like, what limits queue time has nothing to do with the group finder. It has to do with how many tanks there are. And so, like, what's going to happen is, let's say you make a queue, right? And the queue is, okay, now all the people, like, all the people who just want to find a group and then go AFK can go into solo queue, right? And that would be every class. Like, people say, oh, tanks or healers would never queue into this, but there would be some people that would do it, right? Like, Dorky for sure would just, like, not have to worry about politics in queue, right? Like, there's tons of people that would do that. However, what would happen then is there would be less tanks in the main group, right? Like in the main dungeon, like group finder or whatever. And so the people that want to form parties will have a much longer queue time now, if assuming that people are still using that system, because they're taking tanks away from that group finder and putting it into this new group finder. And it depends on the ratio of, you know, but there's no such thing as like improving queue times across the board without adding players or changing the way that players play. An MMR-based system in IO would be hell. Well, it depends on what it would be, right? So another problem is, like, people that play M plus for score is very different from the people that play M plus for loot, right? Like imagine if you no longer had loot rewards for M plus and it was only for cosmetics or whatever. I mean, the participation in M plus would still be there, but it would drop off significantly. If you didn't have to do plus 10s for your vaults and all you really got from it was doing like IO and score or whatever and leaderboards, nobody would be there would be so few people doing it, right? And so when it comes to if they had a solo queue system, well, there's two sort of groups of people, right? If you have a solo queue system that's only like MMR related and rating related, then the people that only care about loot might not play in it, right? Like the people that only want loot, they just want to be able to queue for their work up to and then be able to queue their weekly 10s and then not care about much else. But for example, like let's say you're somebody that wants to play just for the MMR or the fun of it or whatever, like you wouldn't necessarily care about being in a lower key than your main key, right? Like let's say, for example, with an organized group, you could do all time 12s or whatever, right? But when you solo queue, there's no way you could do that, and chances are you would be doing like 9s or 10s or whatever, right? Well, if you're just playing for rating, who cares, right? Like you just play for 9s and 10s, you try and get better, eventually you move up again, right? But if you're playing for rewards, you're like, what the fuck is this? Why would I queue into a 9 when I can just do a 10 or an 11 with a group? And so the people who want the rewards or items wouldn't necessarily want the same system as the people who... What's going on? Decorate the house? The downstairs only? Oh, I see. They're like faded out. They get incentivized tanks and healers. Well, but here's the thing, right? Is none of this has to do with solo queues. So all of the things that would improve queue time in solo queue don't actually have to do with solo queue. So like one example would be, let's say they gave incentives for tanking and healing, right? To try and fix queue time. I mean, they could do that in regular, right? Like that has nothing to do with solo queue. They could give you, whatever incentives that they give you for tanking or healing in solo queue, they could also give you for in regular queue, right? Another one that everyone sort of pretends like doesn't exist is depletion, right? So the thing about solo queue is we're sort of assuming that you can't deplete keys and you can just queue up for a 10 over and over and over and over again, right? Well, if there was no depletion, that may benefit the queue times for groups too, right? Like if you didn't have to worry about it and you could just go again, like maybe you wouldn't be so picky with the people that you invite, or maybe you'd be willing to just be like YOLO, like I'll just play tank for this key, because who cares? So the things about solo queue that would improve queue time would be things that you could implement into regular group finder, but they don't have to do with solo queue. Like, that's the biggest message I try and send about solo queue, is simply that it's just not going to be exactly what... Like, if you think it through, it's not going to be exactly what you think it's going to be.
This land was not what we expected.
And I'm not necessarily saying it would be bad, but I think that, like, it's not going to meet everyone's expectation. Throw water at cooking pot.
We are far from the Empire. We must prepare for Belladar to shift. We are surrounded by dangers.
That cooking? Okay, I just click on stuff. These are some of the hardest quests I've ever done. People with an 8 to 5 job that don't want to bother making a group, just pressing a button and killing shit. Well, they're gonna have longer queue times, right? Like, you're saying that people with an 8 to 5 job would rather trade a long queue time for not having to apply to groups and remove the possibly remove the queue from people who are like organizing or whatever, right? And I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I'm not saying that isn't the case, but I think people have this idea that it's going to improve queue time. And if anything, like saying that, oh, these are people who don't have a lot of time to play, therefore they would prefer longer queues. Like, I just don't think that's, you know what I mean? Why longer? Automation should make it shorter. I mean, the hard part about queue is not like selecting the group. The hard part is the people, right? Like, it's not, there aren't like it's not the situation where you go into Group Finder and there's a whole bunch of people that would be willing to play with each other, but they're not, right? Like, it's the case that like the people who are sitting there want somebody different to play with, or they want somebody better, or whatever. Like, it's not like there's all these people that are ready to play that would play with each other that aren't playing. I mean, maybe that's the case, but I just don't really think that's the situation. Like, that's not really the problem being addressed. The problem being addressed is that, like, there are people who are higher IO or playing meta classes that can get groups much easier, and then people that are lower IO and not meta classes take longer to get groups. You can tell 95% of people don't make their own groups. Tanks and healers are super rare. I mean, I just think that people don't really fully think through or have the ability to think through like all the different implications of what solo queue would do. You know? Like, I think most people are just like, oh, if I had a button that I could press and then go AFK and then come back and find a group, then that would be good. I think you underestimate how much people dislike searching for groups. But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that people would not prefer a longer queue than for groups. Like, I think that's possible that they would. But I don't think people realize that. Like, I don't think people realize that asking for solo queue means longer queue times, not shorter. Like, I think people's idea of, well, it depends on who you are, right? If you're a DPS who plays off meta and doesn't do anything to help get a group started and you just want to sit there and press Q, then yeah, your queue time is going to be shorter, but then it's taking it away from everybody else who's putting together the group or playing, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, but that's what people want, right? That's what people want. They want to say, screw the people who re-rolled meta, or screw the people who are, like, sitting in Group Finder and looking at all the names and deciding who to invite. Like, screw those guys. They should have a longer queue so that I can get into a group faster. And, like, I mean, maybe, like, I don't know. Is not one argument for solo queue that it would increase the total pool of tanks and healers? Season 4, for example, only Vengeance Demon Hunters and Resto Druids would get invite to a relatively high key. Well, you could just invite not a Vengeance, like, you have the choice to do that. Like, in Season 4, you could just not invite a Vengeance or a Druid if you want to play. All right, I'm oh, I need to connect them. Okay. Not finish channeling. I mean, I'm not even staring at my screen. I'm just reading chat. Node connected. Like you could, the point is like people are doing exactly what they want to do in Group Finder, and the only way that it would improve queues is if you're changing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, would your queue time improve if you're willing to play with any tank and not just a Vengeance Demon Hunter? Yes, but then, well, you could just do that anyway. Like, you have the choice to do that. And basically what you're saying is either force the people to play without Vengeance Demon Hunter when they want to, or, well, why don't they just do that in the first place? Help Warden through the port. Busy. I just click this again. Off topic, but how's HPAL and M plus? It's alright, it's pretty solid. It's okay. That's always on topic here. Does Fellowship have an MMR system? So Fellowship was closed alpha. Okay, I'm definitely doing something wrong here. Unless it just wants me to keep clicking this over and over. Fellowship was closed alpha, so like they're very bare bones just wanting to test systems. I don't think they have in place what they want, but Fellowship had absolutely no ranked queue. It was just the exact same as WoW, where you just press a button, it looks like this. You can see like, okay, this group has a tank and a healer and they need DPS. Like, it was literally the exact same thing as WoW Group Finder. And maybe they do have plans for other stuff down the line, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, so that's the thing, right? Like any option that like changes player behavior when it comes to like playing playing with different classes or whatever would be like, you know, you're basically saying either like force people to do it, right? Because let's say, for example, you're a tank. Like this is sort of what happens, right? And this is what I mean about how this is sort of what I mean about taking the power away from people setting up groups. So like let's say, I don't know what's gonna, let's go. Okay, let's say you're Dorky, right? Dorky's a tank, and Dorky wants to, like, Dorky doesn't care about any politics or about anything, right? He just wants to just play video game. So what does Dorky do? He goes into Group Finder because it's the only thing that he can do. LFG, and then just signs up to a random group, right? This guy just signs up to a random group, right? And so what happens is, really what it is now we have a mage, right? We have a mage, and this guy plays meta, and wrong color. This guy plays meta and organizes a group, right? And so this is sort of the problem now is you have, okay, well, this mage, now he's going to pick out 2 more DPS and one healer, right? Here's 1 healer, here's 2 DPS, and he's only picking people that are high IO and people that are playing meta, right? Because he's organizing the group. Why wouldn't he do this, right? He's trying to make Dorky doesn't care about high success rate group. Dorky's just trying to game. He's just trying to vibe, right? But he ends up in this high success group because these are the people that are setting up groups, right? Well, let's say they made solo queue, right? Let's say they made solo queue. So this mage's queue time, let's say this mage in general can set up a group in like 15 minutes, right? But here's the problem. Now we have, I I always use Feral Druid, and I feel like what's another off meta class that we can pick on? Whatever, let's just say Feral Druid. Okay, here's a Feral Druid, right? This guy's Q time is literally zero. This guy doesn't even get a Q. This guy literally can't even. This guy can't even get a group, right? This is what people are saying. Well, solo queue would fix this because this guy can't even find a group. Maybe if he re-rolled meta or tried to organize, right? Maybe if he did this, he might be able to find a group, but he doesn't want to do this. He's just trying to play a video game. Like, why the fuck does he have to do all this shit? Why can't he just log in and pick the class that he wants to play, right? Which is what people are saying. Why can't I just pick the class I want to play and log in and play the fucking video game, right? But the problem is there's fewer DPS players, and this mage is using the ability to play meta and organize the group to get ahead by yoinking Dorky and then being like, okay, now we're playing, right? Because the Dorky, or rather tanks, right? This is the hard part about finding a group. This is the limiting factor. So this guy is yoinking Dorky by doing all this, right? So let's say you remove this system, right? And you added solo queue, right? You added solo queue. So now, what does Dorky prefer? Dorky doesn't want to go in LFG, even though it doesn't really matter for him because he can get into whatever group he wants. He literally just wants to press a button in solo queue, right? So now Dorky's going to be in solo queue. Well, what happens now with the mage and the druid? Well, get in the fucking line, mage. I'm equal to you now. You can't do this. Now the mage and the druid are in line for solo queue, and now both of them are going to have a queue that's longer than 15 minutes, but shorter than not being able to find a group, right? So let's say 25 minutes, right? So this is what's happening, right? Dorky, so let's look at the whole ecosystem, right? Let's look at the whole ecosystem. Dorky is like slightly happier, right? This is slightly happy for Dorky. Ultimately, Dorky doesn't really care because he has fast queue times in either, but this is better for him, right? For the druid is like this is like a decent dub, right? While his queue time is 25 minutes and that kind of sucks, this is way better than not being able to play, right? This is like a pretty big dub, right? However, for the mage, this fucking sucks. Like, this mage now is having to wait an extra 10 minutes and potentially longer to be able to get a key, and he doesn't have the ability to shortcut the system by playing meta and organizing the group, right? And so by wanting a solo queue system, you're saying, remove the ability to do this, everybody get in the line, and wait for Dorky to queue. This argument doesn't actually apply for the druid because solo queue would not exist at the key levels they're being gatekept. So that's partially true. However, I'm just using this as an example because the system perpetuates all the way down, right? I still think at any key level people will try to play meta, and I think at any key level people will still need tanks, right? Like, while as you go higher up the ladder, as you're doing a plus 15 key, this is going to be a huge factor, right? This feral druid doesn't even exist, right? You're not even a human at this point at a plus 15 key, or maybe there's one of you in the entire world, right? You're a unicorn, right? That's essentially what this is in high keys, right? When you see those leaderboards and you see that 97% of the players are these classes, and then 3% of them are all the other classes, right? You don't even exist here. As you go down in key levels, right, it is true that more and more of these cats come and get in here and are able to play, but there's still fewer of them, right? There's still an emphasis towards meta classes and popular classes and item level and score, right? And also another thing here is, another thing that comes into factor is score, right? So I didn't talk at all about score, but one issue that happens is not necessarily playing meta and organizing, but one issue that gets a lot more severe is score when it comes to lower keys, right? Like, let's say, for example, that let's say you're a feral druid, right? Again, You're a feral druid. Oh no, let's pick a different class, okay? You're a hunter. Okay? You're a hunter. Hey, World of Warcraft seems like a fun game. I kind of like, I kind of like playing Mythic Plus. This is kind of fun. I'm going to start playing. I have 500 score, This is fun for me. Well, now but there's lots of DPS, right? There's tons of, let's look at Dorky again, right? So here's Dorky. Okay, there's only one Dorky to go around, right? Only one hunter can make it into this group because there's only one Dorky. This is the limiting factor, is the tank, right? So now we have another hunter, right? This guy, this is Ventor's hunter. He's Giga Chad. He's 2,000 score, but he's just doing this because he's either helping a friend or he's bored or he's trying to farm an item. He's Giga Chad, right? He's 2,000 score. Okay, now we have another hunter, right? This is the hunter where, well, this guy's only 500 score, but here's Drogo's hunter. Drogo kind of sucks at hunter, and he probably doesn't deserve to get into this group either, but his main is 3,000 IO because he plays Resto Druid, right? So he applies to this group, and he has a 3,000 IO main. So now, Dorky's sitting here, right? And Dorky can choose to invite one hunter. Why the fuck would you invite this guy? You have someone who's way overqualified in score, or you have the score of somebody who's, is doing high keys on another character, right? So this poor guy here gets shafted out, right? This guy can't get into the group. It's much harder for this guy to get into the group. And now Dorky is playing with people like this, right? Because why wouldn't Dorky, right? Dorky's not trying to gatekeep. He just presses Q. He sees these three hunters and he's like, well, why would I not invite one of these guys, right? Whereas, okay, now what happens in solo queue, right? What happens in solo queue? Well, hopefully you understand, right? Get in the fucking line, right? Now, all these hunters are equal. It doesn't matter who you are. And again, this is one where I think a lot of people might get behind, right? If you're way overqualified for the key, or if you're playing an alt, fuck you, right? Like, you shouldn't just get to shortcut me and be able to get into groups instead of me, right? This is another one that I think people will be behind, right? So again, these are things that, these are the problems that Group Finder that that would be addressed with solo queue, but also these are the side effects, right? Is, well, if you have an alt, your alt queue time is going to be way worse if you're, a higher IO player. And you might say, well, just play with your friends, get out of Group Finder, right? But, or you might be like completely, and who knows, right? Again, it depends on how they design the system, but friends. Ugh. Solo queue is such a wildly bad idea. I mean, I don't want to say it's bad. This is the part that I get caught up on that I don't really like, is I'm not necessarily trying to tell people that I'm against solo queue. If you want my honest opinion, solo queue would be amazing for me, right? It would be the greatest content ever if I could just solo queue and just do whatever the hell I wanted and not have to worry about anything. That would be amazing content for me, right? That's a huge dub. I would love solo queue. I just question, would it actually be good for the game? All right, let's get back to the important questions. How do I feel about Farseer versus Totemic? I'm questioning a little bit. I was watching Laren's video. Laren was saying almost the opposite of me. So I've been saying that I think Farseer is a little bit easier just because it buffs your single target healing and it's more mana efficient. And Totemic has a little bit higher output for AoE heals for higher keys. But Laren was saying he sort of felt the opposite. He felt the throughput was the same, and actually Totemic was easier because you don't have to manage your ancestors or whatever, and you can just sit there and play normal shaman. So I don't know actually, but either way, with shaman, both of the trees are very powerful and pretty well balanced, and you can't just sort of play whatever your preference is. Trail followed. Oh, I see.
We are the heart of shadow.
Gotta use special assignments and weeklies on alts that aren't level 80. I don't know for sure, but I feel like you get the keys later once you hit level 80. I mean, here's the thing, right? They're going away. I don't know for sure, right? I don't know for sure if that's the case. If the weekly reset's gonna happen and you're not, yeah, it's like better than not doing it at all if you're just gonna let it reset. But if you are, like, you may as well get level 80 first. So I would recommend getting level 80 first, but I'm not entirely sure if it matters. And yeah, if you get a bag, some of the events don't give you a bag, they just give you the key, I think. Or maybe you have to, like, wait and, you know, turn in the quest or whatever.
The day of darkness changed everything. Caution is warranted.
Wait, is this... I guess for the 4 healers, that'll be a common lineup. I mean, healers that have a raid-wide damage reduction are always insane during prog. So, like, right now, Shaman SLT, Disc Priest, Barrier, and Holy Paladin Aura Mastery, I feel like we'll probably see one of all 3 of those. And then, as the last healer, just sort of like a flex. I think some guilds might run Druid, because they want Mark of the Wild and they don't want to run a bear. I think that's a possibility. I also think Presevoker is just good. It also could be, like, very specific to certain fights. I don't know that much about all of the specific fights, but
We are the holders of hope.
maybe specific things, you know, like Revival or, like, something like that could be, like, really useful.
Well-crafted equipment is essential.
I hate these, like... Okay, this isn't there anymore. But I think the potion bombs are better than combat pots. As a healer, probably. I haven't done the math on them yet. That's just, like, something I'm going to wait for smarter people to do, but... I assume buffing your allies is almost always better than doing anything as a healer. The downside to doing them as a healer, though, is, like, you may want to have your mana pot or whatever available for emergencies. Like, is the, you know, let's say you use a pot as a healer, right? And it may only save, like, 2 seconds in the key or something, right? Like, is it worth those 2 seconds to have your mana pot on cooldown in case something bad happens in an emergency or whatever? Like, it can depend on the healer that you're playing and stuff, too. Heal an injured soldier. Oh, they're in here.
We will triumph.
Oh, shit. Yo, is this the classic quest? Yo, if this is the classic quest, I'm about to plug out.
In the darkness, we confront
Do I heal it?
ourselves.
No, man, really? How did they not recreate the classic quest with the bandages?
Strategy vexes me. Their only
I'm mad.
goal seems to be the fight itself. I can take it from here. You should get some downtime at the inn while you can. We need you fresh for the next crisis.
The flame burns for all of us. May the shadows passing by
Okay.
You carry your torch, you light the city. The
Did I
flame
love
burns
skip
out.
conversation?
Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
Is this a fishing quest? Leveling just mega fast? Yeah, leveling is mad chill. No, I'm sorry, Glare. I mean, Blizzard completely ruined leveling, and they completely screwed everybody who didn't buy early access and made it miserable to level because they hate poor people. Cannot believe another Blizzard L. And rich people who didn't have time to log in. Well, alright, look. I actually have so many quests. Defend the Dawnbreaker? Oh wait, is this is that a dungeon quest? Follower dungeons, also by the way, huge dub. Wait. Is follower dungeons a dub? I guess in current WoW it is. I was gonna say the ability to be able to complete dungeon quests or to mess with stuff in dungeons by yourself is a dub. But that does kind of remove some social parts of the game. But at the same time, this is World of Warcraft in 2024. Who cares about social stuff? Just make the game clean and remove friction. Cryptorian TV, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
We have strayed from favor.
New to Holy Priest, what are the stats I need? Every website I'm checking says differently. That's because most of your stats are very, very similar, and it doesn't really matter. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I would just look for higher item level, or you can pick one and just decide to follow them, but each stat does something a little bit different. I would say the most important thing is, like, try and understand why they're saying what they're saying. Like, for example, you know, are they concerned about your damage? Are they concerned about your survivability? Are they talking about raid? Are they talking about dungeons? And then, you know, try and factor in what you care about. You know, one example might be in a Mythic Plus guide or a dungeon guide, you may see people talking about haste or something because it's good for damage. But if you feel like you're not really worried about damage or trying to DPS as a holy priest, then you'll probably not care as much about something like that. Generally speaking, raid guides cover like strict how to do the most amount of healing and care about nothing else. And then dungeon guides will talk about like other things depending on how the writer of the guide weights things. But as a rule of thumb for dungeons, you basically want to get enough haste until your character like feels good and doesn't feel sluggish, and then just go crit verse and ignore mastery. Like on every healer. Just because mastery doesn't contribute towards damage or survivability where verse does. Any other big mount farms? I'm sure there's tons. The B one just seems to be trendy right now. You think Blood DK has a high chance to get invited to high keys? I think like pretty much every tank will get invited.
We will triumph.
I don't think you will have many problems in LFG as a tank. Generally, if you do have problems, the writing is on the wall very soon. Like, you won't have to ask that question. Like, in Season 4 Dragonflight, everybody knew Vengeance was OP and everybody was playing Vengeance. It was not a surprise. In a season like this, we don't really know. Clicking on things and it's not working. Oh, wait, I have to, like, listen. This is one of these quests. Looney DK, thank you for the Prime. And Soyc16, thank you for the Prime as well.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
Herbs. You want more? Jump in and stomp the grapes? Huh?
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
You jump. There's a new NPC in Stone Shaper's Atrium in Dorn called Lord Rogers. Click on him, new streamer content shows up immediately. Oh boy. Does it have anything to do with Robins? NF1R, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. His quest text is just the Robin. That would actually be so fucking funny. Obviously, they would get into massive trouble for that, but... I used a coffer key. Do you know what doing the world soul memory gives? I actually don't know. I think it gives like a currency that you can buy random stuff with. And also, I think you can get more coffer key shards from it, but I'm not 100% sure. Valor stones and key shards. I guess all it is just to get you more key shards. As like you can get a fraction back of what you spend or whatever.
The Emperor rewards the faithful. Take your leave. The Empire is forever.
My renown levels, I'm 9, 9, 11, 8. Hollowfall is what I've been putting my like points into or whatever, like my extra ones. Not for any particular reason other than the zone's cool. Uh chatting or what's going on here? I feel like I'm missing something that I have to click. But I see the Wowhead Molarm post. I reported that they didn't use the terminology Molarm. I don't know why they didn't use the right name. This quest is kind of busted. You click it and can't move.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
The head enchants from Dragonflight? No, you need to be like, you can't put it on items above a certain item level or something. I was gonna like build up rested XP and shit. Oh yeah, there's no point at all. Yo, thanks Liver Flap, I appreciate it. This is dumb, but how do you get Echo on 3 to 4 people before going Verdant? You just have Essence Burst procs from using Living Flame. You don't really spend them on anything else. Did I, like, break the quest or something? Also, why am I in combat? Yo, what up, Granis? I'm doing alright.
We will triumph.
Did you TA and then Verdant Embrace? It is weaker, yeah. You don't ideally want to do it. What am I doing?
the warriors of the sacred flame.
No. I think it broke. I don't even know what keeps me from saving in edit mode. I don't think anything should keep you from saving. If you didn't press save, then it just didn't change anything, right?
You are an outsider, yes?
Oh, shadowed unit frames is doing it? Okay, well there you go. I don't know how you found that out, but good work. Is it a good idea to swap Life Spark for Titan's Gift? What is Titan's Gift? It's okay. I mean, you're mostly only using Essence Burst on Echo. So, I think you'd rather have Life Spark. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you have extra points, you want to put them in Renewing Breath or Flow State if you don't have Flow State. Yo, McRoubs, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. When are we using Spark? I mean, as late as possible. Whenever you feel like you need the item level jump or whatever.
The Empire's light will banish the darkness.
Depending on... Like, if you're not in a guild and you're pure pugging, you can probably just send it on Heroic Week, like, when it opens.
We have strayed from favor.
But if you have a guild, you should probably talk to your guild about it.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Heard something about saving delve keys. Do I actually care about this? So delves are limited right now and you can't do them at level 8. You can only do up to level 3. And therefore the rewards are capped. So if you wait until they open to level 8, you can get better stuff with the bountiful keys. But it's not super important. Yo, what up, Frab? How's it going?
We are the warriors of the sacred flame. We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Other guys I need to kill? It's like it said something to do with like, oh, there was an item that it gave me. Right? Their illusions have been evolving. You'll likely find them hiding in the shadows. Huh? Oh. Floman TV, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Would I recommend using TA at higher difficulty? Yes. I have a guide on my YouTube channel that I put out today where I go over like talents and stuff. That's not a thing? And then the Catalyst, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. And Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted. And discount. One moment. Will you get in trouble if you leave the dungeon if your group is shit? Like, if you wipe, do you have to stay and suffer after they fix first boss lever? For heroic dungeons, yes, you do. But you, generally speaking, a group shouldn't be wiping too often in heroic dungeons. Unless they're really trying. What's the add-on that shows gear reward next to world quests? I have no idea. Is there one? Or something that I don't have? Which guy right here? Legion of Fate, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate it. What is that message? Last time chatter. I didn't even grab this quest. That is true. I did have a Blood DK arc in Shadowlands. And then I had a Fire Mage arc in Dragonflight. What does that mean for this expansion? Use the Beguiling Lure. Oh, maybe I can... Okay, I see. Maybe I can, like, do something and hit this guy. What's this guy doing? Okay, well, I don't know why I actually stayed over here. I was trying to figure out what was happening. Thoughts on Shadow Priest? It's alright. It's like middle of the road DPS. From what I've heard, at least. I don't really play it. Dubs to Mr. Editor for overcoming addiction. Yeah. To be fair, it's probably been ready for a couple days, but we had issues with Blizzard deciding to change things at the last second. What do I think will be the first and second best crafted gear on Prez Evoker? I don't know. I haven't really looked at it. You mean like embellishments or whatever? From what I heard, all of them are like really weak, and it like barely even matters what you choose. By using flow state and open world just to farm quickly. Sort of, yeah. This is not the build that I would run if I was in a plus 10 stone vault, if that's what you're asking. You know if recent nerfs or buffs are live for keys? My understanding of beta is it's just not changed. Like, beta hasn't changed, I don't think. Like even like recent updates, like the Prez bug fixes or whatever. Yo, hit it. I'm sure World Quest is faster on dev. I don't know. I just don't care. I don't feel like setting up dev. There's significant difference in Oracle versus Voidweaver. Honestly, I didn't really play enough Priest. Basically, on beta, Holy Priest had like their tier set bugged and their mana was really bad, and Disc Priest just fucking sucked. So I basically just played it almost none. And unfortunately, like, they just randomly last second like Omega buffed Atonement Healing in Dungeon, so we're just gonna have to play it by ear and figure stuff out. I think Oracle Disc probably doesn't play very well, I'd imagine. Like, I think you just play Voidweaver in all situations unless there's like something very specific that like Oracle's good at. Like, I don't know, Oracle has like weird shit where like you can like dispel a bunch of times with premonition and like, or like weird, like I think Oracle's the one that has the power word life thing too, right? So like, I don't know, I think like it's just gonna be play Voidweaver unless there's like a very specific reason to play Oracle. Stop playing WoW in Shadowlands because the grind became exhausting. Is War Within worth coming back? Is this like, alright, is this like a psyop? Oh, I swear, some guy came in here like 15 minutes ago and said the exact same thing. Is this like Blizzard selling their expansion? This is sick. That was 2 hours ago. Alright, well, time goes by quick when you're streaming. The grind in Shadowlands is, the grind in this game has gotten like infinitely better. There's like basically nothing that's considered mandatory content anymore. You just log in and do exactly whatever you want to do. They took like a total 180 on it. Everyone's doing like open world stuff and like world quests now because there's nothing to do, but sorry. I mean, you don't have to apologize. I'm not saying you're bothering me, doing anything wrong.
Be careful in the dark. Have you seen any spooky stuff? What are you? Know what to do during curfew? Wonder I'm the lamplighter.
I'm just often accused of being a Blizzard shill. And that question baits a very positive response from me about the state of the game. Delves mandatory. I mean, if you're trying to like keep up your item level omega high with each week, like for the release of the different things, then yeah, there is stuff that's like quote unquote mandatory, but you know, once the stuff is released, then no one will care about any of this. Who's the best healer player? I don't know. I think Zalia is an easy answer, but Mode's very good also. But to be fair, like, I've never been able to play with them, so who knows? And Zalia doesn't even stream aside from Race to World First Healing. Wish Delves gave more experience. Yeah. I'm kind of not sure about Delves, because on the one hand, it would have been cool if they did give experience so you can do them while leveling. But on the other hand, I think for most people, like even the more casual people, on a heroic raid release, everyone's going to be doing so many delves that week on like all their characters and all their alts that I think like you probably don't want to burn people out. Because you know if delves are like the best way to level, people are just going to spam them like an idiot. But yeah, maybe like a first time bonus or whatever to get people to at least like check out the delves. Why don't I race to world first? Because I'm not good enough. Is there not any more of these things here? You're in despair? Yeah, I know you're in despair. You like pop in here like every so often, just don't know what to do, and then you disappear. I think the best advice I can give you is try and keep your mind busy. The more you sit and do nothing, the harder it will be. At what point does players min-maxing get too much when they see Race to World First, so all of a sudden everyone's doing it? So here's the thing. I think a lot of people, especially WoW players, find min-maxing fun. And I don't think it's the case that they're... Like, I think if you're a person who sees Race to World First people doing crazy shit and you get tied up in the idea that I need to make 4 mages, or I need to, like, get every ounce of eye level and save everything for Dark Moon Fair or whatever, like, I think you're just dumb. Like, I don't think there's really a huge subsection of people that feel the need to do that and don't enjoy it. Like, I think that's almost nobody. Like, I think a majority of people... Well, like, okay, for instance, last couple expansions I raided with Humble, and they always surprised me because like they didn't really play M+, or they didn't really raid, or I mean sorry, they didn't really play M+, or like even stay logged into the game very much, like outside of raid. But then when the new expansion came on, like every single one of them is just like doing all of the things and like every single like open world thing and like all this crazy shit to like get ready for raid, right? But like, and I'm thinking like, you know, yeah, we're like a pretty good guild, but like, is that really necessary? And like, no, but it's just fun. Like, you know, people just like preparing for the raid and getting ready for what's about to happen is like one of the more fun things in RPGs and MMOs, because like once the raid comes out and you beat it, then you're done. Like then there's nothing to do, you know? So I think a lot of people just enjoy that, and I always laugh when people complain about it or say they don't like it, because I think they do. The only exception is Like, I think in the race to world first situation, I think it's a no, like, I think in general, almost all the race to world first people do enjoy that grind. I just think that the problem is that they don't have a choice. Like let's say, for example, like you happen to be busy or you're doing other stuff or like your life's, in a place that you don't want to do it. It feels like all of a sudden, you can't just take this one tier off, like you basically have to just quit your guild or give up your raid spot. And that's the sort of shitty spot for the race to world first people. But ultimately, like, you can't fucking, like, I think now is the perfect example, right? Like, that dude is like power farming brand multi-box and like highest item level in the world, and he's not even raiding with Echo anymore. And it's just because it's fun. Like, it's just fun to, like, do all the things and stream and share WoW with people. And like, well, okay, well, he is raiding with Echo now, but at the time was not. It makes me want to watch a Kevin Jordan video. I really like the things that Kevin Jordan has to say about, like, game design and, like, overall, like, all just like how different groups of people interact with games or think about it. And he had one talking about, like, the top. It was like something about meta slaves or something. And I feel like after the last, like, year with another expansion release, I kind of have a new outlook on it. I'd kind of be interested to rewatch it. You could be a race to first world firster. All right, well, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you've decided that, but you're trying to be nice or whatever. But being in the best guild in the world requires being very good and a lot of time.
I will see you through the shadow.
Are you that good, or is it a time commitment? I mean, it's both. Like, you have to spend the most amount of time in the world, and you have to be the best in the world. Can't have one or the other. What is happening to my... I just, like, fall through the ground? Is that what that was?
We will not allow Xalatath to triumph. We are in this together.
Do you have a cat? If yes, how do you stop him from getting in front of your monitor? I am the cat in front of the monitor.
I will help anyone in need. We are in this together.
I just missed that one. What do you think is the biggest difference between being a really good healer and being in the best guilds for the race to world first? I think I think innovation probably is a big part of it. Like, if you're in almost any guild, you can basically be what I would consider as like a video player. Where like basically, if someone asks me how do you get really good at healing, right? Well, my answers are like, look at what the top people do and just do what they do, right? But the problem is, like, eventually when you get really high up, especially to bosses that no one's done before, like, I think the biggest difference between somebody that raids in a rank 10 guild and a world first guild is just, I think, like, you know, the ability to figure something out that nobody's figured out yet. Because I think, like, even in top 10 guilds or whatever, there's some crazy good healers. Like, there's no way that, you know, someone raiding in a number 10 guild isn't 99% as good as most other healers. Or any, like, world first healer. I think the problem is just, like, you have to be able to figure it out, you know? Like, when no other person, like, you have to literally use your brain and think, like, okay, no one's figured out how to do this, like, could I stand in a different spot, or could I use this different talent build, or, like... And that's why, like, you see, race to world first guilds, like, nerd out sometimes, like, I don't want to say inappropriately, but, like, in strange times. Like, for example, PTR, right? Let's say a new boss comes out on PTR, you literally see, like, Echo and Liquid, like, not stream, not do anything, and, like, you might think, oh, they're trying to hide their secrets, and, like, yeah, they sort of are, but, like, really, that's a very important time when, that's, like, some of the few moments where you actually get to, like, learn a new boss for the first time when it's not progression, you know? Like, progression is, like, something that's very, very hard to replicate in terms of, like, figuring out something new. Do you think Max is a greater player than you, even though he doesn't play? I mean, I think the semantics of trying to determine who is higher skill is, like, kind of pointless. You know? It's to say, like, oh, I'm a higher skilled player than you because you play a meta spec and I play a really tough spec, or you play an easy character and I play a hard character, or I play this format of the game and you play this format. Like, I don't know. That's something that I remember always, like, being obsessed with when I was younger, but I just haven't thought of it. Maybe it's a poker thing too. Like, you know, you get into poker, it doesn't matter how you play. If you win the most monies in the world and you play, like, quote unquote lame or anything like that, like, yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, tell me I'm lame. Yeah, I don't care. I'll take your comments right to the bank. Just installed and used your cell setting, and my Holy Prism Divine Toll is not working consistently. I was wondering if you have any tips to fix it. I would encourage you to maybe try and troubleshoot stuff and figure out what it is, because, like, Holy Prism should just work all the time, right? If it's not working with those things, Divine Toll is a little bit of a weird spell, but, like, is it the keybind that you use? Like, if you're saying, like, you know, if you send a screenshot of your click casting tab in here, it might help me, but, like, you know, you're saying if you just do this, like, it shouldn't matter what you select, right? All of the abilities should work fine. But, like, for instance, somebody came in here yesterday and they couldn't get it to work, but really it was because they were in a party with somebody who is in a different faction in the open world. But basically, the short answer to your question is I don't know of any bugs specific to those talents or whatever. But if you send a screenshot of your click casting tab in the UI problems in Discord, it might help. Mouse over stuff doesn't work on buttons 3 or 4. Is that a cell thing or an in-game thing? I remember in-game it didn't work. But for me, I could get it to work with, like, Voodoo or Cell or whatever. No, it's not a bother at all. I always want to figure it out. Just shoot a screenshot of it in the UI problems channel in Discord. It's not a bother. I want everything to be like perfect and easy to set up, so any problems that you can find or things, let me know. Mac and cheese, that sounds good as hell right now. So my dad said he was gonna bring over some salmon later. Gurgle FTW, thank you for the prime, I appreciate it. Have you ever played any famous poker players when I was in Vegas? I used to play with some people that like online that might be recognized nowadays, like back in like 2009, 2008. One guy I would play with sort of was Athene. Athene used to be a pro around the time when I used to play online. I don't know if he's really a famous poker player, but he was like a big like volume grinder guy. I was simply a blur on his screen. Not a poker player, but probably the most famous person I played poker with was shoot, what's the guy's name? The country music singer. How can I not remember it now? I don't listen to country music, that's how you know. Magnus Carlsen. No, not Magnus Carlsen. I'm literally just gonna type into Google. Oh, Zach Brown. That's his name. Yeah. I played poker with Zach Brown. I don't know if he's still relevant now, but back in the day, he was a big deal. I mean, I'm just not into country music. Did I do all the quests if I turn all these in? Did I rinse them? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a good game. There was the, it was in December when they do, like, the big rodeo or whatever in Vegas. Everyone's walking around wearing cowboy hats and shit. Do I use Cell or Voodoo? I use Cell for my party frames. I would recommend it over Voodoo. It's just so much easier to set up. I haven't used any other party frame add-ons other than the two, though.
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to help.
I was not wearing a cowboy hat. Yo, Schnecklet, thank you for the 22-month resub. I appreciate it. Yeah, Cell is party frames and raid frames. The only thing it doesn't do, which is a little annoying, is target frame. Like this right here. Oh, it's down here.
Belladar shift in your favor.
The weight of dude. Should I just turn Omni CD and raid off? Yeah, you should. Sorry, I don't have any of my raid stuff configured yet because I haven't done any raids because there are no raids. But before Heroic comes out, I'll have all that stuff ready. I didn't realize it was still enabled. But yeah, you don't want to use Omni CD for raid. It's way too noisy. All right, hold on. What's the Hollow Fall situation at now? Hollow Fall. Rest at last, apart for purpose. Divine Toll is not a spell and cell you can add via click casting. So every once in a while there's like a random spell that's not in there for some reason, and you just want to use the spell ID. You can look up spell IDs on Wowhead, or if you have a add-on that shows it in the tooltip. I think I want to switch from bigwigs from DBM. Will that be annoying to set up or plug and play? I mean, for the most part, like, DBM is going to be plug and play. Like, basically the way that you use DBM is you just install it, you go to bars, and then you go show moving anchors, and then this is where your, like, bars will be, at least the thing that you look at. You can also use add-ons for this, like the Fog Guild add-on or whatever. But it's not, I mean, it's not too hard. You can do a lot of configuring to it. Like, you can basically customize every mechanic if you want to, but it's not necessary. Most people just use it, like, right out of the box or whatever. WoW apart for purpose. Why is my dragon so loud right now? False. Oh, this is the quest that I'm on right now. Oh, duh. Literally just right on my map. Yo, Sammy, and thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Do I have the mole arm? No. Maybe we'll do like some stupid day where we try and farm it, but I doubt we'll get it. What do you think is the safest DPS spec domain? Unfortunately, there's no such thing as the safe DPS. Your class will live and die based off of what Blizzard decides on Heroic Week, and you will unfortunately have to live with that.
Greetings, outsider. May the shadows pass you by. Step into the light.
Or chat says mage.
Always be prepared.
Bird is might. One more part. I always forget to soar. Yeah, it is true that if you're playing a DPS class that has 3 different specs, mage, warlock, rogue, hunter, you have a much better chance of having something that's at least playable. Whereas, like, if you're a melee player and you decide on enhanced shaman, if enhanced like happens to get nerfed, then you're just fucking dead. Like you just have a dead character. If you know want your guy to you know what I mean. Dead character was an overstatement.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise. We're all down here together.
What's a safe inclusive eye level to get into pugs?
Stay in the light. Belladar shine
I mean, I think like
on.
585, 586, like around there is probably good. Like that's basically gonna be 580 in every slot, upgraded weapon, and valor gear, and just sending all your weathered crests. But I'm sure there will be that won't be required. But the thing is, if you're putting in the time, there's no reason you can't just get all that stuff. Okay, hold on. What's this? What's this last resto? False. True. Crowdsource. This is the quest that I need. Oh. The fastest way to level alts? Yeah, still dungeons. You don't really get anything for doing dungeons, though, so if you happen to be doing any rep or story stuff, like, you may as well just level them up. Doing open world since you have adventure mode or whatever. Don, thank you for the Prime sub, I appreciate it.
A lamplighter brings hope. We carry the flame into the unknown.
Still at Cumbia, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
Yeah, the Warbound bonus is actually sick. Realistically, it doesn't really do that much, but it feels good. I think that's silly. As silly as it is to say, like, just making you feel better as a WoW player is kind of what the community needs sometimes. Like, alts aren't actually that bad to level, but you just gotta, like, feel like, oh, nice, like, now I'm getting this little alt bonus or whatever, even though it's, like, 5% or 10%. It just feels like it's not a waste or whatever.
We have strayed from favor. The Emperor rewards the
Lucy, thank you for the Prime sub, I appreciate it.
Are you from above?
What's the point of levels on Bran?
Belladar shifts.
Honestly, there's like not really a point at all. People are just fiending for absolutely anything to do. The world first people are potentially leveling Bran because, again, they're fiending for stuff to do, and because Bran will then do slightly more damage in delves, and therefore they can complete delves slightly faster during heroic week. And every single minute of their time matters or whatever, but For anybody else,
We cannot hide from
it doesn't matter.
Despite everything, the Orathi find joy.
Yeah, brand is capped at 15 because people were just fiending and power leveling their brand. Did they roll back? We don't know. They haven't yet. Lights Gambit played. Cannon fire. What? What in the world is going on my screen right now? Little bit of a miss for me.
We will not allow Zalatath to triumph. Inspire others to do better. Everyone deserves a chance.
Bang. Trying to figure out, make sure we have for the pod. Beladar spawn in 4 minutes. Oh shit. Is that EU or NA? That's an Ashkahet, right? I don't even know if you can get catch-up delve keys. Nope. Delve keys are not really super important. It's just simply, like, chances of getting an item on Heroic Week. Other than that, it's not really anything. Like, everyone's freaking out about delve keys now because... Wait, where is Beladar? Or no, it's up here. Never mind. This is Hollowfall. I'm thinking of a different guy. Everyone's freaking out about delve keys because... I guess I can fix my Omni CD now for the first raid that I've been in. Everyone's freaking out about delve keys because it's like literally one of the only things that actually matters that you hold on to even a little bit, but it ultimately doesn't really matter that much. You should have hoarded 5. You can have up to 7 right now, depending on like if you were in early access and if you did all of the things. Oops. I have 3? Well, you can get a 4th one. I mean, you can get 4 right now in a very small amount of time. Just do the weekly event on in each area. Why is this? What is going on with my Omni CD? Oh, is it because it's outdoor zones? Okay, there we go. Where is Belladar? Why is everyone just insanely spread out? I thought it was like up here somewhere. Oh, the spawn's random. Oh shit. That's sick. So I'll just stand here and they'll find him for me. Are you gonna get Dream Breath into Cell? Yeah. Should just be in the healer's indicator, no? If you like somehow find a way to mess this up or whatever, I'm pretty sure you can just do /cell space healers and it gives you a new indicator. These are the 2 spell IDs though. I don't need to like quest or anything, do I? I can just stand here. Why am I being declined from Belladar groups? Where is the map pin? Oh shit, it's up here. What are my plans for next week? Basically the same as this week. Mess around. Still need to gear my priest and finish gearing my mage. We'll probably work on a couple YouTube videos. What's the add-on with spells? That's Cell, my party frame add-on. Oh shit, tag and wait. Alright. The podcast today. The podcast gets posted on Weekly Reset for NA. So like tomorrow morning. You don't get 4 coffer keys this week, can you get 8 next week? No, there's no catch up. And they're not really that important, so but I mean you may as well get them on your characters if you want to. How come I didn't get anything? I'm supposed to get a mount. Oh, nice. This is gonna be a sick week, Aura. Hold on. I bet people are gonna spam me for this week, Aura. Wait, where is it? Oh no, this is on Voodoo. How do I make it? Oh, Oh wait, error? What the? All right, perfect week, Aura. I'm a mount farmer now. Now, oh wait, it's hidden from chat? Oh shit. Actually, that's sick, because now you guys won't ask me about it. I didn't even do that on purpose, but that was smart. No, I can, the benefits of, I can have a thing on my UI, but I don't have to explain where it is and how to use Wago to type in the search box. Is QE Live still being supported? I think so. They have updated trinkets for the expansion. We have Sojourner in every zone except for Ajkahet. What do I think of LVUI? I don't like it, personally. I would rather just, like, download the add-ons I want instead of trying to get, like, an all-in-one pack thing. I used LVUI at first, but then, like, I'm just like, well, I don't like these nameplates. I want to change. I don't like this. I don't like these party frames. And it's like, at that point, why even have LVUI? If you're just going to download custom add-ons.
Welcome, little morsel. May the weave favor you.
Hold on.
Such a fascinating visitor.
Let's quests. Check all these. Was Shadow Uniframe didn't have interface errors? I don't have any problems with it. If you're getting Lua errors, you could try downloading. I would make sure you have Bug Sack and Bug Grabber. I never see any errors unless there's like some weird add-on interaction that I don't know about. Let's see. Okay, sunflower therapy. Oh, maybe I need to like go into the city or whatever to find a bunch of these quests. Oh no, this is the only one I see right here. It's mostly. Are you getting like pop-up Lua errors? If you're getting like, if you even have those turned on where it pops up in the middle, you're definitely gonna turn that shit off.
Do you have business here? Who sent you? Kahet is Korvan. Watch your step, stranger. What are you doing here?
What are you trying to do? Dude. This is the worst shit I've ever seen. Like, what? Like, after all that, now there's a guy here? Will this guard catch him? Can I just walk this way or no? How big is the radius? Thoughts on using Flame Warden for the extra external? I mean, Flame Shaper's okay. I don't think it's a huge deal, but I definitely prefer Chrono Warden. If you're like really struggling with single target healing though, yeah, it'll be better to play Golf. I just didn't really find too many like really like there's a lot of like really heavy AoE damage encounters and not many really heavy single target damage. What are you doing? Yo, Tox26, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. How come my UI and stuff, it got linked to subscribing and Dragonflight, it was free? I just got so sick of just like all the time and energy I spend like troubleshooting stuff and updating stuff for nothing. I feel like it's absolutely worth the sub for it. I did it for 5 years. I put in my time. Before I never really charged or anything because I felt like it wasn't entirely worth it because it was just like a bunch of profiles and stuff. But yo, did this guy just disappear? Bro, what? What is wrong with you?
Has been noted.
Oh yeah, anyway, I never thought it was like worth it to, you know, actually charge money for what I had, because it was just like random profiles and it was constantly up to date or whatever. Yeah, you do have to have the Wago app, but once you have everything installed and set up, you can just get rid of it if you really want to. Ideally, the Wago app will replace, like, whatever add-on manager you're using, but they don't quite have everything on there yet. Like, what is this guard? Morgan's Freeman, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh, I see. It's not that way. It's this way. And if you, and because I was walking that way, it phased me. No, I don't use Voodoo anymore. I switched to Cell. Any drama today? No, not really. Drama? I had the chance to try out all the healers. To some extent, I guess. I don't know if I can say I have a mastery of all of them, but I have an idea. You purely gear through heroic dungeons. You can get gear through the renowned tracks too. Basically, you get whatever you can from like world quests, renowned quests, like those things, and then you fill in all the other spots with heroic. Yo, Bo Gronk, thank you for the 2 gifted, and Violent Juggalo, thank you for the prime. You just upgrade them, yeah. You can use everything except for carved crests and your delve keys and your spark. Otherwise, everything else is just only used for upgrading to get into M0. What's most fun? I've been enjoying Evoker the most, probably. What eye level should I aim for? I mean, you can get to around 585. You'll get more weathered crests next week too. Or there was a Prez hotfix. It was like 4 days ago or something at this point. So, unless there's something new that I don't know of. Led that spider all the way back to his lady and she just kills him? Yeah, I don't know, man. Is it under here? Best source of weathered crests? I mean, you can do anything for weathered crests. Dungeons, flying through orbs, like opening stuff in open world.
Where were you assigned? I will be watching.
How many flights to Valor Stones do I have? Maybe I'll hold on to these pouches or whatever, in case I overcap. I feel dumb. I thought raid open tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of people were I don't know what it is, but a lot of people have themselves convinced that something is happening tomorrow. Don't you feel it's the most boring launch ever? I mean, the first couple weeks of the expansion, there's like never anything to do. I mean, as a streamer, like my stream's popping off and there's lots of new content and stuff. So I've been having fun, but I understand if other people are not.
The Queen sees all.
Wait, what do I do here? Oh no, this is a world quest. Do I care about this? Ooh, it is. It does reward rep. How do I know what kind of pets they are? Are they just beasts? Is that what they are? Undead beast flying, holy. What beats undead? I feel like undead cannot be beat. I need like the cheat sheet again. Now that I actually just see BA doing these and memeing them for content. Surely dog beats undead, right? Critter? What is critter? Okay, but apparently this is critter. Okay, here we go. I sent you the cheat sheet. I know you did, I just didn't look at it. Feed us some drama, we're starving. Come on, chatter, contain yourself. Did I dabble in crafting? No. I mean, I like sort of know how it works because I did it during Dragonflight, but to me, just like exploring crafting isn't that fun. It's either like you go super hard and you like do it a lot at the beginning, or you just ignore it. Because like doing it later on, I feel like it just ends up being a gold sink. Because you don't really like get that much for it, if that makes sense. Like really the only benefits of professions, I feel like, in current WoW is to make money. Which is kind of funny, right? Because like back in the day, back in my day with the classic World of Warcraft, you save copper keys. You want to save them until heroic week, because the delves go up in level and you get better loot. Professions are so complicated now. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure. Like, I hear people complain that professions weren't, like, in-depth enough or whatever, and they wanted more into professions. So that's sort of, like, what happened. Like, professions used to be, like, turbo simple and turbo easy in, like, BFA or whatever, but they're also just really boring. Like, you basically just, like, go to Google, you type in a list of materials you need, and then you just wait and craft and go AFK, and then you're max level, and then you're done. Miss Sunflower? This is definitely a question, because I remember seeing this. Can't compete with people sweating them. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, that's the whole thing with professions is, Like, making money is a zero-sum game, like, you know. I think a lot of people's idea of professions is like, oh, I want to sit, like, it's sort of like the solo queue thing, right? Like, oh, I just want to sit in town and press one button and then generate gold, but no one else can generate more gold than me. Like, I want all the gold to be, you know, equal and for this always to be good. But, like, you know, in current professions, well, you have to basically be a huge nerd and, like, rush and do it very early, or else, you know, other people are going to do it. Or likewise, like, so Cataclysm, for example, right? Or older school WoW, they have what you'd call like a transmute, right? Where you basically just like once per day, if you're max profession, you just like make something and then that's it. Well, the problem is, you know, people who are Omega nerds make a bunch of those characters and a bunch of, like, they're able to just transmute like so much per day and the supply goes way up. Because the supply isn't relative to, you know, it's not like only one person per account can do it. If that'd be sort of interesting for professions. If, like, only one character per account could do a transmute or something. Crafting max high level stuff early is going to be super expensive because yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, right? Like, I'm not saying there's not workarounds, and it's possible that they do that, right? And there may be more money to be made or whatever. Like, that could be the case, right? Like, you're able to make money at the start of every patch regardless of your profession, and then, like, it tapers off as people stop needing to make stuff. Like, it's definitely not to say that there's no solution. It's just like, you know, generally speaking, the lion's share will always go towards people who put the most effort in, whether they're doing it first or they're doing it on a bigger scale than you. Okay, let's check achievements again. Alright, Melody of Madness. I mean, every time I just press M and somehow there's a thing in my map, so... Oh boy, this is a long one. No, I'm not even close to it, am I? I haven't even done the first part. Oh, never mind, this is... Okay, I've done this. Field research. Oh, this is the quest chain right here, the Path of Dis... Oop. I'm gonna be right back. One sec. Don't forget to drink water, chat. I think I definitely just yapped way too much and not enough water for the last 2 hours. My Voodoo profile behind a paywall? My cell one is. I don't use the Voodoo anymore. If you're still using Voodoo, I think you can, there may be remnants of it somewhere on Waggo, but I don't have any of it any longer. I'm sure there are people that have, like, forked it or used it or whatever. I had it free for so long.
You hail from above. I shall watch for you.
But I would recommend switching to Cell. Cell is like, Cell is ownage. And by ownage, I mean it does everything the same, it just here to set up.
What is it? Roots guide you home, stranger. Farewell then.
Voodoo OG never switching. I mean, it's certainly for some subsection of people. Gilbot, I mean, I've never used anything but Cell or Voodoo. Ultimately, like, if you are happy with your party frame add-on, then keep using it. If you're not happy, then I would recommend Cell. Essentially my status. Is there a way to only show debuffs that are dispellable by me? You could technically blacklist debuffs that you can't dispel, but I mean, there's probably going to be like a lot of like important things that you want to see on your frames that just because you can't dispel it doesn't you just want it to be invisible. I think the way it's set up now is there's a dispels indicator where you can make it change color on part or all of the frame for dispels is what I think most people use. Harmonizing instrument.
Yes? Roots guide you home, stranger.
You know, if Leech ticks with hots and dots, is it a good stat for Holy Priest? So Leech, my understanding is it works with almost everything. It should work with dots. In terms of a stat, I mean, right now Leech has been like significantly nerfed from previous iterations. Like it's basically just a little bonus that you get on your gear, but you should never be dropping like item level to get Leech. If that makes sense. Like, Leech isn't really a stat that can... Like, you don't really lose anything for getting Leech on gear, right? It just comes as a bonus. And if something is higher item level, you shouldn't drop item level for Leech. Like, you don't want to drop Intellect or anything like that. It's just like, I don't know, hopefully that answers your question, I guess. Like, it's nice, but it's just like a little bonus. It's not something you should, like, go out of your way to get. Is there a recommended eye level for getting accepted into Pug raids? Ooh, I don't know. You want to be as, I mean, realistically, this is what's going to happen is you're going to just want to be, you're going to want to be as high as possible to get into the best group as possible. Like, there's going to be many, many flavors of different groups. And very likely it's going to be near impossible to Pug Heroic, like, right away. It may depend on, like, your luck, too. Like, for example, what you get from Delves, what you get from the normal raid if you do that. What I would do is go to, like, try and find someone doing a streamer raid really early, and then, like, try and guilt them into inviting you by gifting them subs. And then maybe you can sneak into a streamer raid, and then you get gear that way. That pay to win? No, right? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when it comes to eye level, unfortunately, it's not just about being able to do the content. It's about getting in, like, being ahead of other people.
Farewell then.
So, your path leads you here. Wild guide you well.
Save gifted subs and delve key. Yep. What weak aura package? All the weak aura packages that I use are just ones that I've made. Just one that I started, like, Battlelands that I've been maintaining since. Am I doing something wrong here? But I update the cell profile for War Within. The one that's part of my Wago installer has been being updated. The one that I had available, like, during beta and stuff probably is fine, but you might need to, like, update the healer indicator and some other stuff. You don't harmonize until you want to clear your stacks. But you need 50 stacks to see the mobs. Oh, okay. Eye level check, I'm 585. This guy basically can't really get higher unless I send something. Whether, or I mean carved crests or whatever. I ain't getting into your raid, don't worry. I'll have the streamer server luck and I'll get all these crazy items for my delves. Dude, you know what, actually? Come to think about it, delves are gonna be such a fucking loot box RNG. The feeling of doing your delves... Maybe we're getting trained to liking delves. Because I'm thinking about it, and, like, dude, Heroic Week, when everybody logs in to do delves, and you're just opening the chest and getting 600 item level loot, that's gonna be so fucking pog. Like, people are you're gonna be losing your minds with some of the stuff that you pull from those, considering that every piece that you have is like 580 or whatever. How do you update the cell indicators? So if you're using my profile, you can just use the Wacko app and update it through here. If you're doing it manually, what you want to do is you can type /cell healers, and what it'll do is it'll generate a new indicator here. So like you'll have another one that's like the most recent version. And then if that's like, if you don't have it customized, that's fine. You can just put it wherever you want it. If you do have it customized, what you can do is you can go here and export and just copy this and then click on the one that you want and import it and then put it into yours. That's what I did at least. So basically you just generate a new one, you export it to copy, and then you import it into the new one or your old one. Just for debuff lists. Also, that notices that raid. .606 champion track is bountiful loot. I believe so. I'm not 100% sure exactly how all the work or the loot works, but yeah, I use the add-on Omni CD for party members, CCs, and interrupts. That will do both of those. I'm sure those weak words exist though. What I use. I think that's what most people use now. How important is it that we level Braun to 15? Basically meaningless. More important, I'm telling you, like, I know you guys don't want to hear this. I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. Okay, I know this is very scary to do in World of Warcraft, but a more important thing to do for your delves than level your brand is to find a friend that you can play with and do the delve with. I know you guys want to play with Bran, but if you find a friend that you can do the delve with, it'll be much better than doing it with Bran. I know, it's scary. If I had the opportunity, would I raid Race to World first? I feel like I would try it at least once. You know, I don't know if I would do it every time, but delve friends. Do we need a delve LFG? So why is this quest taking so long? Like I'm dumb or something. Be honest, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Delve solo queue. You go for early mythic kills, or is your guild relaxed? Somewhere in the middle. Like, we're definitely gonna be doing mythic bosses on week 1, but we're not like trying for like guild ranks or whatever for the early bosses. Bag add-on? I think these are just the default bags, aren't they? How are they combined? It's just like an option in the options menu, isn't it? Ace work, man. Are you okay? You're just having a bad bag add-on breakdown over there. Oh shit, this guy's a Farseer. Let me change frame color on target with echo. I haven't done any of that yet, but I'm pretty sure you can. Pretty much all the customization stuff is done in the indicators, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to kill this guy. Oh, I'm so dumb. Saw your guide. Any tips for raid healing? I have no idea how to raid heal yet. I gotta learn that next. I got a week to do it though. But I've never raided as Prez, so I don't want to be out telling people how to do it.
You have come far, stranger. Do not fear the dark. Speak to me. The world watch over you.
Yes? Roots guide you home, stranger.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
The unseeming. Holy shit, 100? Monk ass. Alistair, thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate it. Jane B race to world first content. I don't know if such content will ever exist. I appreciate the interest in that content, but since Dorky has never touched a cat, did you ever touch a waffle? Huh? Yeah, waffles are great. More of like a fruit spread kind of guy. Whipped cream. Resonate to remove it. Okay. Waffles greater than pancakes? I mean, I feel like pancakes aren't even close to as good as waffles are. Have I tried Torghast? No, I have not gone back into Torghast. Or are you talking about delves? I feel like they are the same thing. No way.
What is it?
Ain't no way.
So, your path leads you here. Do not fear the dark.
Are pancakes bis? Okay, subterfuge and okay, this is the quest right here. I'm about to be a lore master. I'm about to do every side quest in the entire game. Crazy. Who would have thunk it? Torghast looks moderately better than Delves. I think Delves fixed a lot of the things that were wrong with Torghast, but then Torghast had powers, and the powers were the most fun part. I might be wrong here, but like the things about Torghast that were not fun was like the progression was kind of boring. It was mandatory. The environment sucked. And they sort of like fixed all that about Delves, but then they took away the powers. Oh, it's too. Wait, what's actually? Am I gonna get a title that says Loremaster? Wait, this is gonna be sick. I'm gonna be Loremaster. That's gonna be a sick title to have. Oh. Just T-Mog? What the hell? You don't even get a title for this? What the? This is a scam. You think? Oh, everyone instantly said no law. Is Loremaster like some Omega title? This bozo thinks he's a Loremaster. Get him. You need Loremaster. Wait, so what happens then if what happens when a new expansion comes out?
Where were you assigned?
Do you lose the title and you have to get it? Oh shit, damn, that's cool. Oh, it doesn't include Dragonflight? What the? That's lame as hell. They ruined it. Oh, you don't lose your title, but it gets harder for everybody else. Dude. Goddamn liberals always ruining the games for everybody. Reminder that bandage healing transfers through Lifebind even when you're full HP. Holy. Secret tech? Pringles check? What are we checking for? Consumption? I mean, I actually am a big fan of Pringles, but it's not a regular occurrence for me to be consuming them. This guy is leveling in healer spec. No wonder he doesn't show his face. No, I just don't have my webcam on because I have your mom in the background and she doesn't want to be on cam.
You have questions. I know answers.
I think Evoker is the most fun healer. I've been enjoying it.
Then, watch your step, stranger.
For doing high keys, I think it's either Shaman or Evoker, at least for me, and I think I was having more fun playing Shaman. But, or I mean, more fun playing Evoker, but I mean, Shaman's good too. Bro, you have the username first dork. Just type Dorkin in the chat. Chills. Wait. New die tested. Invalid target. Oh, do I have to use it on him or something? Bro, okay, I don't mean to call you out. I apologize, but this is just funny. Did you just type exclamation point sounds to try and get the playlist of music? Not music, but sounds. So I feel like you gotta be so high and just listen, be like, holy fuck, I love this song, bro. Bro, I gotta get this song. What's that word? What's that word for the thing that's happening in my ear? What's that word? Oh yeah, like sound or something? Alright. I don't think I've ever. I mean, I understand that English isn't your first language or whatever. It's just very funny. I'm sure you can make fun of me in French and it's okay. Actually, you probably make fun of Americans all the time anyway, so I'll allow it. But yeah, we're just roasting all the viewers today. We're just roasting all the viewers, and then I just end my stream early. Yeah, oh no. No, now the Blizzard employee is gonna show up. Oh no, no, no. There you go, now I'm roasted. Oh. Wait, are they just fighting? Is that what's happening? Bang.
Where were you assigned? I will be watching. We shall rise.
I'm so cooked, I don't know which sounds he was after. It's all good. Dominant Evoker for Mythics in 2's Arena. I don't know anything about PvP, but people were saying that Evoker's OP in PvP. Loremaster of Khazalgar. We did it, chat. I'm now a Loremaster, but just only of this expansion. When are we gonna be able to do M0s? The 10th is when M0 and the Heroic Raid comes out. So 1 week and 1 day. Did I get anything? Apparently I get some sort of transmog. Which you guys know how much I care about transmog.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Yo, Rhino, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it.
May your feet find good trails.
Alright, so... Oh yeah, Crimson Cartographer's Shoulder Guard. Right. Odometer thing, it's Yuru's Dragon Riding. If you just search on Wago for Dragon Riding, you should be able to find it. See Peekaboo's most recent video? No, I did not. Although we did see Peekaboo on the what's it called, the variety show. JB's tweet. The worst part of the War Within for me is that people are using PvP gear in PvP. Like, grow up. Rude, dude. Can I just go into PvP and just beat everybody with my PvE gear so I can get my sockets for Race the World first and leave it? Why do they just have to bother me with their insane PvP gear? Oh shit. Want Scripe as your raid leader? Want to hear Roger rage? Echo needs you to defend our world first title. 500,000 gold normal splits. Holy. This is so funny. Normal splits? Oh shit. Wait. 500,000 gold raffled at the end to each run to 2 people. But in Heroic, everybody receives up to 250k. Holy. I like how they say this, by the way. This is an Omega look at the fine print, where you read this and you think 500k for normal splits. Fun fact, the Echo guys can also join the raffle and win this. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, I would, this is a good way to support your favorite guild in the race if you really want to, but we'll leave it at that. First week AOTC for free. Yeah, I mean, that's the main appeal of it for sure. Checking up on the Twitter and the Wowhead streets, making sure nothing's on fire. All right, well, I did every side quest and all the renown. Oh wait, don't I get a neck for this? Oh, I got to renown 12 with Hollowfall. Let's go. We'll fly back there. Drama? No drama, chat. How does one get sockets from PvP? So the thing that the Race to World First people are doing is essentially if you have an item at one item level, like let's say you have something that's 600 or whatever, it only costs Valor Stones or Honor to upgrade another item to that slot. It doesn't cost I don't know how PvP upgrading works, but it only basically costs Honor or Valor Stones to upgrade it to that slot. And so there's an item in PvP, I think it costs 5,000 Honor that you can buy that puts a socket in an item. So what they're doing, there's no PvP upgrades. Well, how do they get the PvP item of that level? They have to have a heroic item in that slot, right? $2,500. Oh, 5,000 per like ring or whatever slot. They're buying conquest piece. What's the... There's no upgrades in PvP. It just says scales to eye level. Okay, you can't upgrade PvP. I might just be getting one guide. So basically what they're doing is... What they're doing is they're gonna get their goal is to get heroic drops of a slot, like for example risks or whatever. Like let's say they get heroic risks, and then they can turn that into a PvP item of equal item level if they get the heroic item level from the raid. So then they can take that item and then use the PvP honor sockets to put a socket in it. Basically, it just allows them to socket their gear more quickly. If they have items of that slot that they already have. So you can't use it to buy... You can't use it to buy new high item level items. They're just using their PvP currency to buy a PvP equivalent of the same item they already have. And then, because it's a PvP item, they can put a socket in it. Pre-raid this expansion. Well, to be fair, here's the thing, right? When it comes to pre-raid stuff, people are always going to do literally everything that they possibly can, you know what I'm saying? Because why wouldn't they? Like, if they don't, like, even if it's only 0.1% on the raid, why wouldn't they still try to do it? So, because it's so, like, because it's so alt-friendly or whatever, and nothing matters, like, what is this quest line? People are doing more and more silly stuff. JB's take on early access. My favorite part about early access is that no one knows what the fuck to do at 80, so they're just all watching Liquid and Echo copying it. If I saw Gingy eating dog food, we would be all ordering 3 works worth of Marina, no questions asked. Dude, actually true. You guys are ridiculous. Anything appears on any of our streams or we're doing anything, it's just like immediate... Wait, do I have to do that? Wait, is that good? Bro, why are you doing preservation? Do you get higher item level as preservation? How come you're not pressing disintegrate? Do you get better loot if you don't press disintegrate? Why are you listening to that music? You get more rep when you have the music playing? Yo, double dose, thanks for the prime, I appreciate it. Sounds. Why Cell over Voodoo? Should I make the switch? I mean, Cell is much easier to set up. If you are happy with your party frame add-on, then keep using it. No, no problems. But if you're not happy with it, then I would recommend Cell, because it's been doing good work for me. To be fair, when I use Voodoo, let me be clear now, because now that I'm no longer using Voodoo, I never recommended Voodoo. I never told anybody to download that stinking pile of crap ever. I never was like, you guys should get this. You should get this Voodoo. Everyone was just like, I need to do what you do. I need to copy this. And so all you guys got Voodoo. So don't blame me for getting you onto Voodoo or anything like that. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I just happened to use it. I got tricked into learning it, and then it happened to be my frames. Don't blame me for getting you guys into Voodoo. I never told anyone to use Voodoo. I just said, this is what I use. What weapon have I crafted? I'm not crafting anything. Actually, I crafted Risk because I couldn't get one to drop, but I just have a upgraded, like, blue adventure staff. But what I use Cell now. Cell, I'm actually happy recommending Cell. If you are not happy with your frames, I'm happy to recommend Cell. It's basically Voodoo, except not completely ridiculous to set up. Let's see. And if you want to import my cell profile along with profiles of all of my other add-ons, as a benefit to all subscribers on Twitch and Patreon, you can get the Growl UI installer through the Wago app. Simply download the app and get Wago UI along with whatever add-ons you're looking for. You can go in game and then press import, and it immediately imports my plater nameplates, my details profile, my bartender, my cell unit frames, much more. Link in the description of the YouTube stream and my Twitch page. I mean, I've pretty much done everything. Like, there's not much for me to do. I can do this quest to get 100 kedge, and I can do a follower stone vault. How's Og looking? It's pretty good. I'd say it's not, like, definitely meta, but I'm sure you'll see people playing it in some high keys. Is there legit beef between Potty C and the bench? I mean, I don't think there's any legit beef between us and Potty C. I just think they're idiots. But that's not really, like, you know, but just what the situation is. Oh shit, Frank's here. Bro, you guys talk shit first. Alright? And I haven't even been asked to be on Potty C. It's been at least 3 episodes since I've been on Potty C. And before then, I was on every single Potty C ever. So, Petals talk shit about me on your first episode? True. Alright, true. Alright, look, we'll give you Tettles if we can have Dratnos. How about that? No dice. I like Potty C and Max before Max banned me. Yeah, it's actually really funny that Max created a bunch of refugees after gunning down everyone in the TGP incident. The worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. Feels bad, man. I don't want to log on to Jangbi and hit some target dummies. I was messing with my Jangbi UI a little bit. What's the TGP incident? There was a bunch of people in my stream chat that was like shit talking Max during TGP because I don't know. They don't like when he yaps. And I was kind of just letting it happen or whatever. And then Max saw it and he just gunned down all of the chatters. It was an absolute slaughter. Like, there was like casualties, like people who weren't even saying anything or doing anything just got gunned down. They got perma'd. Because Max doesn't shut up. I mean, like, dude, we're doing a watch party where we're all talking about the thing. Like, I don't know. Max is a streamer and he talks. That's his job. To say that he talks, like, I understand, like, it feels like, oh, you know, if I wanted to watch Max talk, I would watch his stream or whatever, but, like, he doesn't let anyone else speak. I mean, I just don't really agree. Like, sometimes he's definitely passionate or, like, gets into it, but to say that he doesn't let anyone else speak is just not true. I would say that the biggest complaint is, like, there's sometimes stuff that's going on that I'm excited about or want to talk about, and he's talking about something else. But, I mean, that happens all the time when you have multiple people talk, like, are watching and talking over an event. You know what I'm saying? Look, anyway, since all I'm saying is since then we've instated a be nice to my friends policy in this stream chat. So, you know, you can say things like, oh, he talks too much or whatever. But if you're gonna be an asshole to my friends, you're getting gunned down. So actually, I'm scrolling up right now just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Shouldn't you talk about Preservation 4 set in your guide? I don't really think there's that much like playing around it. It's basically just like you get forced. The thing is with Chrono Warden, you get so many stacks because Living Flame counts towards a stack. Scatter, stop spamming scatter. I'm trying to read the chat to see who to gun down. I haven't done Mythic Plus and Shadowlands. Do 15s matter? I don't know what you mean by matter. You do plus 10s weekly for your vault to get myth gear, or at least options for myth gear, and that's the best possible drops. I'm preparing the second ban wave. I forgot to do this. Oh, I didn't have my touch up. Why is my chat bugged? Became a Patreon member yesterday and I still don't have access to my UI pack. I tried unlinking and relinking my Patreon and it hasn't worked. It should be like within like an hour or less. I haven't heard of it taking that long. And I'm not sure. Wow, what value signed me up? I'm trying to think of how to help, but that's the first time I've heard of that issue. Does Waggo have like a Discord or anything? Because I don't really, I don't have anything, I don't have any control of anything on their end. Why are you asking me? I don't know. Shrugged. You can try sending me, does it let you send me a DM on Patreon or whatever, or like a message? If you write a comment, like I'm pretty sure I have a rant, like if you like maybe write a comment or something. Waggo must be listening because oh, not scammed. Okay, good, perfect. All I needed to do is just nothing. Perfect. Well, glad it worked for you. I fixed it. The small red bar above my party frames is just the options button for sell. You done the campaign with main? Do you need to do it again on alts? No. Basically, all you need to do is get to level 80 by any means, and then you can talk to Bran or whatever in the town, and then just say skip the campaign, and then it'll treat it as if you beat it. Have I played Frost? No. I wanted to learn Frost instead of Arcane, but my chat got ragey. And they wanted me to learn Arcane, so I started learning Arcane. What's my opinion on Ellie Shaman? I heard it's good, and I heard it's easy. I know they maybe changed stuff in a balance patch, but I don't know too much about it. But I heard it's one of the better casters right now. When's the Quasi podcast? I think we're gonna record it this week. We might even be recording it tomorrow. So maybe late stream start tomorrow. Do I remember the day? No, it's Wednesday. I think Wednesday we're recording it. So it'll probably be like a really long stream tomorrow and then shorter stream Wednesday as well. Quasi's gonna ask you about all the Dorkin. Maybe. There's no reason to dungeon rush your first tune. You have to do the campaign once, yeah. I mean, honestly, depending, well, I mean, like, you can just do whatever you want to level, right? Like, you have to do the campaign at least once, and then otherwise you can do whatever to level. Like, if you want to spam dungeons, if you want to do all the side quests, all I would say is just don't forget that you can do anything on alts once you complete the campaign once. So you can do world quests, you can do side quests, like achievements, rares, like you can do, if you plan on doing that stuff for rep, remember rep's account wide and you can do it whenever you want. So like if you wanted to do any of that stuff, you can do it on alts while you level. Like it's sort of like slower in a way, but then you do all that stuff, right? Like I've been doing all the side quests and I just went from like 70 to 76 only doing Ajkahet. Yeah, Renown is account wide. Everything is account wide. Farm wax to level? Does that actually work? Oops. Why are you attacking the training dummy? Is this giving you renown or eye level? Yeah. It's top secret though, so you have to really watch intently to figure out what I'm doing. Virtue or faith? I feel like a lot of dungeons are gonna require virtue. I was struggling with AoE healing without virtue and stuff like Dawnbreaker and Stone Vault. You keep getting the 1200 rep per delve key infinitely if you have 20 alts. I don't know how it works. I don't think so because then I would expect everybody would do that and be max renown right now, but I could be wrong. Doggy responding? Oh shit. Loggers. Yeah, there's been a couple issues with the Wago app right now. Like it went out a little early just because, you know, the expansion launch, but they've been like super attentive with trying to fix stuff, and hopefully everything is in a good state pretty soon. I checked out the arcane changes. Like in terms of the rotation, I don't know yet. I've just been following like the max roll guide and stuff, but I haven't been keeping up to date. I'm just sort of been like learning the basics. Hopefully, there's not too much that's changing, but I'm not well. So one of the things is you like doing blast barrage with 2 nether precision stacks is something that almost definitely is going to be incorrect. But yeah, but I feel like I have actually a pretty strong grasp on the class now. I'm not saying I'm playing it perfectly. I'm still making tons of mistakes, but I at least like have an idea and like know how to do everything. It's just really, really hard to play in the lower level dungeons. It's just too much like brain power, I feel like. I know it sounds silly to say, but it feels like it's like much harder to play perfectly in a lower level dungeon than a higher level one. Because in higher level, like the mobs sort of live longer and you can get in a rhythm and like you're always getting your whole cooldowns off. But yeah, like in lower level dungeons, there's so many, like you're just constantly moving and you're constantly like having mobs die and having to like think things. It was like the same way as it was for Fire Mage for me, but it's like even worse now. So I played a few dungeons and I sort of got the hang of things. I'll probably gear my guy up with heroic or whatever, but like already I'm like 580 in most slots or whatever. It's just, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's the same with a lot of different specs. Is there a maximum crest you can get in a week? Yeah. And they don't, like, you can't refill them back up. Like, you can only earn so many crests. Like, see how it says season maximum? You can only earn up to the season maximum. And you don't even really need to worry about crests right now, because once you do M0s and raids and stuff, you'll fill them up. I mean, I guess weathered crests, like, I probably should, I mean, I guess I'll need to do a lot more heroic dungeons, but you don't need to worry too much about filling up your crest. Like, people have asked me like how many of the crests I have, but you don't even care about this stuff. I guess if you like really want to min-max every little minute of your time, but it doesn't really matter. You'll be able to get these later. Basically, the only resources you really want to care about are stuff that you can't get later. So stuff like delve keys or like spending delve keys or spending sparks. Yeah, you can do like anything. Like so the thing about weathered crests, why you can spend them now and why it doesn't matter, is because the only thing that weathered crests do is they upgrade your gear from open world gear into Mythic 0 and lower level instance gear, right? Like normal raid and M0 gear. So that's all they're used for. So eventually you're just going to be able to get better gear for like from M0s in the normal raid, and you don't even use weathered crest then. You use the other crest. The only point of weathered crest is to upgrade your gear right now. Is it okay if I send my crest into HC? I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah, you can just use your weathered crest. You should save your carved crest until after you do your delves, because you may replace some of the pieces. Like basically, so the thing about crests is, like, let's say you have a 580 item level item, right? And then you upgrade it to, I don't know, like whatever. I think 593 is the max, right? This costs you, I think, 60 crests or 45. I don't remember. We'll say 60, right? But now, anytime if you get another item anywhere in that track, you can just upgrade it right up to 60. The issue becomes like, so then what are the other? So if you go from 593, what's the max? What's the max of the other track? Like 606. 6. So this is weathered crest right here, and then this is carved crest right here. All of the gear that you'll get after heroics will be this item level. The only gear that you get that's this is open world gear and heroic dungeon. So this is the only stuff that you can use weathered crests on, right? Any gear that you get next week that's M0 or delve gear or anything like that is, you can't even use weathered crests on because this is open world gear, right? The issue is, if you're upgrading stuff from 593 to 606 using your carved crest, you may get an item that's somewhere in this track. For example, let's say you do a bountiful delve and you get, let's say for instance you have a weapon, right? Or no, let's use your helm, because you can upgrade this, right? Let's say you have a helm that's 593 and you want to upgrade it to 606. If you do that right now, and then you do a bountiful delve first thing on heroic, and then you get a 606 helm, you just wasted those 60 crests, right? Because you would just have this helm, and then you could upgrade something else to 606. That's why you don't want to spend weathered crests, or carved crests, but these weathered crests don't matter, because this is like, you're just going to get these and erase all the weathered crests anyway. So I can use my weathered and I'd be able to gain more. No. The point is, you don't care, like, all of the gear that's accessible to you, right? You have all the gear that's accessible to you, right? Like, you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of the gear and all of the weather crests you can get is available right now. So you can just use them. You're never gonna regret like using your weathered crest, because any stuff that you get above this is just going to be 593, and then you're not even going to need the weathered crest for it. Whereas with this, like, you can get items in here and then you're like, okay, well, I'm going to need to upgrade these. Like, these items are not available yet, is what I'm saying. These items that you can get to jump you through the crests are not available, but for weathered crests, all the stuff that you could get is available right now. So once you do once you do like anything that you need to do right now, you just upgrade your weathered crests. And the whole point of crests is to help you get your item level up, right? So for example, once you do your delves, if you're ready then, after you do your delves, to jump into M0s and you want to raise your item level, then just send all your carved crests, like, almost literally immediately, right? Because you can just send, like, then at the point that you need to get your item level up, like, then you should just start sending your crests. crests aren't some like very important or secret resource that you need to send. They're built to just constantly send them into your gear over and over and over again to upgrade. The only reason that you would want to save them is because there's new content or new item level coming out that you might care about, right? And this is only for a very short time, because once Mythic Plus comes out and then Raid, then all this stuff doesn't matter. And then you just auto send all your crests as soon. And obviously you want to prioritize items that are more important, like weapons, trinkets, or whatever. Like this is generally what you want to upgrade first. So... Is my UI compatible with raiding as healer? Yep. I mean, the only thing that changes with raiding is the frames get smaller and stuff. But yeah, I have raid profiles set up. It's not fully set up right now because the raid isn't out, but it will be by the time the raid is. Just subbed on Twitch to have an updated version of the UI install. Everything should be updated. That's the benefit of the Wago installer, is everything is always updated. Just download the Wago app, you go in game, and everything, like, you have the most up-to-date thing with almost everything. I think whatever I woke up with this morning is what's on there. What heal spec would I recommend for M+? Not Evoker, then Shaman, I guess. What's the God comp this season? I don't think there's going to be anywhere close to a God comp. I think people will try their mains and see how it works. I think, like, I don't know. Honestly, it depends a lot on tuning, right? Like, it might be true that you still play caster comp. Like, Aug and Mage are both, like, pretty strong right now. Aug is, like, you know, good for survivability and high keys, and Arcane is just, like, overtuned. You know, so you might have Aug Mage +1, but, like, it could be anything, right? Like, it could be a melee, like, it could be Enhance, it could be Frost DK, it could be Aflock, it could be Ellie Shaman even. Like, it depends on tuning, and it depends on what. Like, I know everybody's gonna say, like, oh no, like Mage Aug again, but I just think, like, Arcane Mage is just good right now. Like, yeah, Ass Rogue is really good. Like, I don't think there's, like, I think there's this big narrative about, like, how this whole comp links together synergistically between, oh, everybody always needs Mark of the Wild and Arcane Intellect and Aug, like, and everything, but I just think that's how it worked out in Dragonflight, especially with the nerfs to Arcane Intellect and Chaos Brand. I think that, you know, like, so many classes bring a good raid buff, right? Like, the Shaman buff right now is insane. If you have like 2 melee classes, if you're playing like Frost DK and like and an Ass Rogue, or, like, you know, anything, and then you have a Shaman buff with Wind Fury, like, dude, it's very, very good. And the Mastery, obviously, too. All the raid buffs are very, very strong. So the only issue there, right, is like, well, actually Evoker's raid buff is like one of the shittiest buffs. Like, having an Aug and a Prez might be, you know, might not be the optimal comp, but for 99% of people, it's still going to be really good. Yo, Scanna, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thoughts on Liquid Max threatening to leave the race if they didn't get McDonald's at least once per day? He unironically said this on stream and meant it. I mean, that, you're like Garfing, right? Like, don't they have like a like private chef? What's her name? Like Heidi or whatever? Like, I'm pretty sure they have like a meal plan and shit. Does the Great Vault open on the 10th as well? I don't think you're going to get rewards from Heroic and stuff, but I'm sure everybody's going to freak out and just do a bunch of Heroics anyway, just in case there's a vault. The way it usually works is you can go to the vault and click it, and then it tells you what your vault's going to be. And so if you literally can't even open your vault, chances are the stuff that you do doesn't really matter. But I'm sure everybody's going to be a fiend and do stuff anyway. And also, Blizzard has been known to sometimes possibly have bugs or mistakes in the game. And it might not actually be a bad thing to do a little bit of, you know, Not to say I expect the vaults to be giving stuff, but I would guess generally the way it works is the heroic M0 week is going to reward a vault, and you're going to want to do as high of delves as you can, as many raid bosses as you can, and so however many M0s to get your vault. But the best items by far are going to come from delves and raid. The M0 vault isn't even really important, to be honest. The main appeal there would be like maybe you get a tier slot or a trinket or whatever. The delves is, well, heroic raid will be the highest vault, and then delves will be the second highest, I believe. Actually, I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. It might delves might be heroic raid level. Actually, I think you might be right. The delve vault is like absurd high. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna bounce, chat. I told you guys to be a little bit of an early stream. We're gonna be recording the bench, and I'm gonna try and get some work on my shaman guide. Sorry, you talked about this. What crest can we send? Send weathered crests and save carved crests. And if you're not sure, you can rewind the VOD a little bit. And I like explained it just like a little bit ago. All right, guys, I'm bouncing. There's a chance that I turn my stream on later. I was really bored yesterday. I don't know what to do with my life when I'm not streaming 14 hours a day. So not to get your hopes up, but maybe I appear later if I get bored of working on the shaman guide. But I'm going to send you guys over to Dorky. Take it easy. Hope you guys have a good day. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow, as well as going live with the bench podcast on the weekly reset. We'll probably do a server waiting room stream and play some GeoGuessr, I'd imagine. All right, later, buzz.